Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 8, The Warmth of the Freezing Winds. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 41, Lively New Year's Eve. Chapter 41.1, How Much Sleep Before. The day after the forest monitoring system began its operation, Rick-san and Noema-san departed from Sidera. They were returning to Alfheim, the elven homeland. Alfheim is a floating nation, consisting of an island and a castle that drift through the sky. It meanders over the continent, and currently, it's said to be hovering southeast of Sidera, near the border with the Beastkins territory, just above Helheim Valley. Travel to and from Alfheim is done on tamed hippogriffs, creatures that resemble a cross between a bird of prey and a horse. They're related to griffins but are far more docile and have been domesticated by the elves. Despite the commotion surrounding the Athanak clan and the Void Forest, Alfheim remained silent. The twins from Aegetia left to investigate whether the elven authorities were plotting something sinister or if there was a larger issue at hand. They speculated that any discoveries might not come until midwinter, possibly even spring. Alfheim's location in the sky makes entering the nation a complicated process, which takes time, and further investigations would only add to that. They asked us to be patient. Of course, they plan to keep us updated with regular reports, but if anything dangerous happens to them, I'll ask G-Liz to storm in if necessary. In the meantime, there's no use in getting anxious over something I can't control, and we all still need to live our lives, especially with the new year fast approaching. Section. Special traditions? No, I don't believe we have any particular customs. Grandma Seralind replied as she sipped her tea from the sofa in the living room. I see. I thought I'd follow them if there were any. It's definitely a significant time of the year, but we don't consider it a celebration like your world does. I don't recall any such events even during my time as an adventurer. Elves do have one. Karen chimed in, folding laundry on the carpet. 3 days around the new year, we put up charms in front of the house to wish for good health. It's more of a custom than a festival. Sounds like the talismans we use in Japan. It feels like elven culture carries faint traces of old Japanese traditions. Of course, after 2,000 years, the customs would have changed quite a bit. Now that you mention it, the Sidera market didn't have that year's end atmosphere either. In Japan, the stalls would be full of specific items like kazunoko, kamaboko, black beans, and sea bream. Not to mention non-food items like New Year's money envelopes and New Year decorations. In this world, though, winter is a season when people have to ration food carefully, so there's little room for indulgence. In contrast, there's a festival called snow melting that happens in early spring to celebrate the end of winter and the arrival of spring, where people feast on the last of their winter stores. We're home. Bark. Just as we were talking, I heard voices from the entrance, Mint and Chocola, back with their usual energy. Welcome back. Is Mother with you? During the summer, Mint and Chocola used to barge in and out through the large windows, but now that it's colder, they've started using the front door to keep the warmth inside. Smart of them. Suekuen, can you grab some towels? Mint and Chocola are soaking wet. Got it. Wait, soaking wet. When I went to greet them in the hallway, Mother had a slightly troubled look on her face. She had gone foraging with Mint and Chocola, but something seemed off. I grabbed 2 bath towels from the washroom. Sure enough, Mint and Chocola were soaked to the bone, enough to make me shiver just looking at them. Mint, let's start with your head. Suekuen, can you take care of Chocola? Yeah, sure. Chocola, stay still for a bit. We'll start with your paws. Yeah. Bark. They both jumped into the river. It surprised me. Oh no. Were they okay? They didn't seem to mind at all. Their sense of temperature must be different from ours. They were completely fine and full of energy, but watching them made me feel cold. What were you two doing in the river? Catch fish. They're in Mother's basket, Mint said with a grin, poking her face out from under the towel. Wow, that's amazing. Did you catch some too, Chocola? Bark. You hate the shower, but jumping into a freezing river is fine. Kuan. Chocola whined and squirmed at the mere mention of shower. Just hearing the word made him twist his body in protest. Come on, stay still. I don't want you splashing water all over the house. All done. Mint, go to the living room and get something warm to drink. I think Karen's got something ready for you, Mother said as she finished drying Mint. Just as she said that, Karen peeked her head out from behind the glass door. I made it already. There's honey in it, Mint. Woohoo. Honey. Karen, love. Mint shouted and dashed down the hallway, wrapping herself around Karen's waist. All right, you're done too, Chocola. Want some milk? Bark, bark. Go on, then, I said, watching Chocola trot off to the living room. After making sure they were both settled, I turned back to Mother. How much fish did they catch? Quite a bit. Enough for the whole family to have their fill. Trout, right? I could fry them or maybe make meuniere. Oh, by the way, Mother, I was thinking of making something special for New Year's. That sounds wonderful. With Aunt here, it'll make the festivities even more fun. After the busy past 2 months with the rare existence commotion, a little indulgence for New Year's wouldn't hurt. Fortunately, we've got more than enough provisions. So, tomorrow's New Year's Eve, and the day after that is New Year's Day. In this world, New Year's Eve is called Hakuboku Setsu. It means starting the new year with a clean slate. I remember explaining it to your father a long time ago. With a nostalgic smile, Mother handed me the fish basket. Feeling its hefty weight, I headed toward the kitchen. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, or Hakuboku Setsu here. To get everything ready, I'll need to start prepping tonight. What kind of menu should I go for? I'd love to make some Japanese osechi dishes if possible. Chapter 41.2, Surrounded by a Feast. Since it was a special occasion, I decided to prepare a wide variety of dishes from different countries, Earth's countries, that is. On the bookshelf in the study, I had several cookbooks filled with recipes I rarely made. I'd occasionally flip through them when I ran out of meal ideas, but this time, I planned to fully dive into their contents. Some dishes were familiar, while others were new to me. A few could be replicated in this world, while others were impossible without the right ingredients. But accuracy wasn't my goal here. As long as the dishes turned out delicious and had that authentic feel, that was good enough for me. Section. To start with something simple, I made American-style fried chicken. Unlike the usual courage, this version had a thick, crunchy coating and used whole chicken thighs for a more robust bite. I seasoned it with a curry flavor. I'd been experimenting with spices similar to cumin for a while, tweaking my own blend. While I hadn't perfected a full curry dish yet, I figured the spice mix would work well as a seasoning for fried chicken. And it did, it came out pretty close. Next up, I tackled a pork dish, Mexican carnitas. It's a famous ingredient for tacos. Using wild boar belly, I cut the meat into chunks and seasoned it with a blend of spices I bought from the market in Sidera. After browning the meat, I sautéed onions and garlic in the rendered fat, then added orange juice to create a sauce. I returned the meat to the pot, added more orange juice and sparkling wine, and let it simmer in a pressure cooker until tender. Once it was done, I shredded the meat by hand, leaving it fall apart tender. I planned to serve this with various sauces and vegetables, all tucked into warm bread. For seafood, I made a bouillabaisse. I had gone to the Dragon's Village earlier this morning and procured fresh seafood. I started by sautéing shrimp and small fish with salt, pepper, and garlic. Once they were nicely browned, I removed them from the pot and sautéed onions in the flavorful oil. Then I added clams and white wine, covering the pot to let the clams steam open. After that, I returned the shrimp and fish to the pot and added crushed tomatoes, bouillon, and herbs, letting everything simmer slowly until the flavors melded together. Of course, I didn't just make meat dishes, I prepared plenty of sides too. There was a tofu and leafy greens salad, vegetable sticks, turnip soup, butter sauteed mushrooms and pumpkin, and a batch of sauerkraut I had prepared in advance. For the salad, I made soy sauce dressing, sesame dressing, and mayo as options. It's kind of a trope in Isekai stories for mayonnaise to be a game-changing ingredient, but unfortunately, this world already had it. I would have loved to pull off that mayonnaise genius move myself. The meal also needed carbs. Aside from our usual rice, I baked bread to go with the carnitas. I had been getting live yeast and wheat flour from Tomo-san at the Skylark Pavilion for a while now, and the bread turned out wonderfully soft and fluffy. Yeast is one of those things I wouldn't have been able to make on my own, so her help has been invaluable. For dessert, I tried something new: rice pudding, or in simpler terms, sweet milk porridge. Normally it's made with uncooked rice, but I used leftover rice, simmering it in milk until it turned sweet and soft. I topped it with cinnamon and dried fruits, and while it wasn't exactly traditional, it came out pretty well. It had a gentle flavor, perfect for Mint to enjoy. With all these dishes prepared, the family gathered around the table, and the feast began. Of course, just because the milk porridge is sweet doesn't mean we're skipping dessert. First, there's sesame tofu with honey syrup. Then, a rare cheesecake with blueberries and a topping of mini tomato jelly. I've also prepared a fruit platter with offerings from Ter-Na Nog, and for the bananas and peaches, I mashed them into a soy milkshake. And with that, all the dishes are ready. I might have skipped out on the usual Japanese-style dishes, but I'll save those for tomorrow, for New Year's. After surveying the countless dishes laid out on the living room table, I gave a satisfied nod and called out to everyone waiting in the guest room. Dinner's ready. Section. Winter days are short, even in another world. As the sun began to set, casting the sky in the colors of twilight around 5 o'clock by Japanese standards, our family dinner started, lively and full of cheer. Honestly, Sway, you're amazing. Making all of this on your own. Mao, I offered to help, and so did Viol-sama. Yes, but Sway-kun seemed really eager to handle it all. Sorry, I just wanted everyone to take it easy today. You smells good. Mint eating meat tonight. Bark. Kururu. Since it's a family gathering, we couldn't leave Pochi out. Like always, we opened the sliding door and had him stick his body through so he could join us for the salad. Of course, if we left it like that, the cold air would seep in and chill both the room and the food, but thanks to Mother's magic, she blocked the transfer of heat. So, the room stayed nice and warm. You prefer the cold, don't you? Bark. Chocola quietly slipped outside and settled down next to Pochi. So, I brought over a plate piled high with unsalted boiled meat for them to enjoy. All right, before Chocola drools all over the terrace. Mother and Grandma had wine, while Karen and I had juice with a splash of spirits, and Mint got plain juice. Pochi and Chocola, who had been waiting eagerly, got a glance from me to hold on just a little longer. Cheers. And so, the Hateno family's New Year's Eve celebration began. Chapter 41.3. First New Year has come to an end. The dinner had been a grand success. Swayfu, this is so good. I love your usual courage, but this. Gulp. The spices smell amazing. It's spicy, but I can't stop eating. Karen beamed as she bit into a piece of fried chicken. You meat so soft. Mint love. Mint exclaimed happily as Grandma fed her a spoonful of carnitas. It's quite filling when you eat it with bread. The sauce has such depth of flavor. Grandma was enjoying her homemade sandwich, made from carnitas, bread, vegetables, and dressing. This seafood dish is lovely. It pairs so well with the wine. Mother, slightly tipsy, was engrossed in her bouillabaisse. Bark bark. Chomp. Kururu. Chocola and Pochi were both delighted with their meals as well. Karen, you can't just eat meat. Have some salad. And the sauerkraut makes a great side dish, too. Is this that sour thing you've been making all this time? It really cleanses the palate. Seeing the happiness on my lover's face filled me with the same joy. Mint, how about some turnip pottage? And there's still milk porridge, too. That, so good. So yummy. Mint's tiny body swayed in excitement, brimming with joy. Grandma, that sautéed dish would go great with the bread too, I think. My, thank you. The mushrooms and pumpkin have such wonderful colors. Her kind words of praise made me feel so warm inside. Mother, it's a special night, but don't just drink. Make sure you're eating too. Of course. There's no way I'd miss out on Swaykun's cooking. Mother's determination was clear as she focused on her meal, showing no signs of getting any more intoxicated. Chocola, Pochi, there's plenty for seconds. Bark. Kiyu. The two large beasts, lying lazily on the terrace while eagerly devouring their meals, seemed relaxed and content. As I observed this warm scene, everyone turned to look at me. And then, Sway, you need to eat some fried chicken too. Say Sway, porridge, eat with me. Mint share you. Here, let me make you a sandwich with the fillings you like. Just tell me what you want. Sway-kun, shall I peel the shrimp for you? Wait, I can't handle all this at once. I fumbled, trying to keep up with the plates being offered to me from every direction. Laughter filled the room as I smiled back at them. Biting into the meat, fish, vegetables, and soup one after another, I shared meaningful glances with each of them. Karen, despite her small mouth, steadily devoured the dishes within her reach. Mint, her cheeks messy, leaned into Grandma as she wiped her face, sipping on her strawberry shake. Grandma watched us all with such warmth, filled with love, her gaze filled with pride. Mother, happily tipsy, beamed at me, nodding with contentment as she met my gaze. Bark, bark, Kiuru. Chocola begged for more, and Pochi licked the salt from his muzzle contentedly. As night fell and the forest darkened, the final meal of the year continued, shared in the warmth of family. Section. And then, despite preparing enough food to expect leftovers, most of it had been eaten. All that remained were a few salad scraps, some side dishes, and the dessert everyone was slowly nibbling at. Amazing. I made a mountain of food. Fufu. Mages tend to have hearty appetites, but we don't usually eat this much. It was probably because tonight was so much more enjoyable than usual. Grandma smiled softly as she stroked Mint's head, the little one now fast asleep on her lap. From the kitchen, the sound of water running and the chatter of Karen and Mother could be heard as they washed the dishes together. It's all done, Sway-kun. Thank you. Karen and Mother returned to the living room and sank into the sofa. They both let out a content sigh as they forked into the remaining desserts. Mint must be exhausted, right? Probably because she's full and warm. I'll wake her up in a bit. She needs to sleep in the garden. But let's leave her for a little longer. Pochi, don't push yourself if you're feeling sleepy. Kiyu. Pochi, lying lazily on the terrace, looked like he was about to doze off. Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to let him sleep here just for tonight. You're so carefree, Chocola. Kuwan. Chocola, apparently tired of being outside, curled up on the sofa, leaving us a bit cramped for space. Gyu. Well, I suppose it's fine. Because of the lack of space, or rather, using the lack of space as an excuse, Karen snuggled up next to me, clinging to my arm. Her face was flushed red. She must have gotten tipsy. I barely put any alcohol in your drink. Foo-foon. Suspicious atmosphere. Mother chuckled as she watched us, picking up her wine glass with a smile. This reminds me of New Year's when he was still here. Was it like this back then too? To be honest, my memories are vague. I can recall a lot more about when our house used to be on the plains of Nurtep, but how we spent New Year's back then is a bit hazy. We didn't have fancy feasts like tonight. You were still so little, so you'd always go to bed early. It was just like any other day, really. It's no wonder you don't remember. But, you know. She took a sip of her wine and sighed softly. Back then, I'd share a drink with him. With your father. Since our house was out on the plains, we couldn't hear the city sounds. It was so quiet. And as the night grew late, when the conversation would die down, your father would always say the same thing. I knew the words she was about to say. I spoke in sync with her, the words overlapping. Thank you for another year. Let's make the next one just as good. Right. Sway-kun. It was the same. Exactly the same, even in the other world. Mother's eyes widened in surprise, and I smiled back at her. It's a common phrase, something you'd say without a second thought back in Japan. Father probably said it out of habit. But that simple habit showed me that no matter where he was, in this world or the other, Father was always the same. Mother. I straightened my back and looked around at my family. Karen, Mint, Grandma, Chocola, and Pochi too. Munya. Sway. Mint, who had been dozing on Grandma's lap, stirred as I called her name, barely opening her eyes. Chocola wagged his tail with a soft bark, and Pochi tilted his head slightly in confusion. Mother gazed at me, trying to hold back tears, while Karen released her hold on me and sat up straight. Grandma gently raised Mint's upper body and stroked her back. In the other world, Father would say it after the new year had officially begun. I would always respond to him. But now, I'll be the one to say it. Everyone, thank you for another year. Let's make the next one just as good. 1 year had ended, an eventful, whirlwind year for me, and a new year was beginning, one that would bring new happiness for all of us, my family. Chapter 41.4, and with the start of a new year. Back in Japan, it was customary to stay up until midnight on New Year's Eve, awake until the clock struck 12, marking the transition into New Year's Day. However, here, where the concept of midnight and a change of date at exactly 12 doesn't really exist, it feels unnecessary to follow that tradition. Mint can't stay up that late anyway. So, after exchanging our end-of-year greetings, everyone went to bed as usual, and we all woke up to the first morning of the new year just like any other day. Section. There's hardly any of last night's feast left over. At most, the only thing remaining is the pre-made sauerkraut. So, I decided to make a New Year's meal that would have a different feeling from New Year's Eve. In other words, something resembling osechi cuisine. I can't make the traditional tiered lacquered box filled with dishes, but there are a few items I can manage with the ingredients available here. Even if it's just individual dishes, I thought it'd be nice to set the mood. I planned to make 3 dishes: glazed shrimp, date maki, and kurakintan. Alright, let's do this. It was early morning. Still dark outside, I stood alone in the kitchen, ready to start cooking. First, the glazed shrimp. I had some left over from the bouillabaisse I made yesterday. They were kept fresh in sawdust, and their quality was still excellent. The shrimp, caught in the dragon's village, closely resembled kuruma shrimp from Earth in both size and shape, with a similar taste. Their whiskers, heads, and legs were a bit spikier than their Earth counterparts. So, I iced them and cut off the sharp parts before deveining them, just like I had done for the bouillabaisse yesterday. The process changed from here. I curved the shrimp into a rounded shape and secured them with toothpicks. Next, I boiled a mix of kombu dashi, sake, mirin, and soy sauce, adding the shrimp and letting them simmer gently. Once they were cooked, I quickly cooled the entire pot in ice water to prevent them from becoming tough. After the shrimp cooled, I removed them from the pot, boiled down the remaining sauce, and coated the shrimp with it to give them a nice glaze. Next, the date maki. The ingredients are eggs and fish paste. Back on Earth, I used to take the shortcut of using handpen, but there's no handpen in this world. So I substituted it with white fish paste, making it more authentic in the end. I mixed the fish paste and eggs together, added the dashi from earlier and some honey for flavor, then strained the mixture. After that, I steamed it in a frying pan, shaped it into a rectangle, and used a bamboo mat to roll it into the familiar swirl shape before slicing it. I'm glad I made that bamboo mat. Naturally, they weren't sold in this world, so I crafted one myself from wooden slats and string in between splitting firewood, all driven by my desire to someday make sushi rolls. Ironically, the date maki ended up making use of it first. Although it's not as zigzagged as the traditional date maki, I'll accept that for now. Bark. Oh, good morning, Chocola. You're up early. Kuan. About an hour after I had started, Chocola came into the living room. He can open doors by himself now, including the front door and sliding glass doors. I sometimes wonder if he secretly transforms into a human when no one's looking. I'm still cooking, so you'll have breakfast once everyone else is up. Bark. Alright, the final dish, kurakintan. For me, it's part of the osechi menu, but I imagine the others will see it as more of a dessert. First, I make a sweet syrup for the chestnuts. We gathered plenty of chestnuts from the forest up until last month, and I stored them for this purpose. They're a slightly different variety from Japanese chestnuts, but they should work just fine. With the chestnuts out of their shells, I peeled away the tough outer skin by hand and carefully removed the inner skin with a knife. Thanks to the help of Kanagi, these kinds of tasks go incredibly smoothly. The knife's edge slices with precision, moving exactly as I want it to. Once the chestnuts were peeled, I rinsed them underwater, then parboiled them. Afterward, I simmered them in sugar water with a drop lid to reduce, creating a sweet glaze. Now it was time for the kintan part of the kurakintan. This was where the sweet potatoes from our garden would come in. From early autumn onwards, we managed to grow quite a lot, so much that even after setting aside enough for next year's planting, there's plenty left for different recipes. I'm even thinking about making daiga kuayamo sometime. I sliced the sweet potatoes into rounds and peeled them. Since the kintan needs to be smooth and soft, I avoided the tougher parts near the skin, peeling it a bit thicker than usual. After peeling, I washed the slices to remove excess starch. Next, I boiled them in a large pot of water. Ideally, I'd use kuchinashi seeds to brighten the color, but I couldn't get my hands on any this time. Oh well, it can't be helped. After boiling, I strained the sweet potatoes. Incidentally, I had several different strainers on hand, some given to me by father, and others that I bought or had made here. For this batch, I used a strainer that was finer than the one I used for the date mochi. It was a high-quality one, made with the manner of a bicorn, a fearsome two-horned beast we had once hunted, and whose material I now used for the strainer. It feels like the hunting life, doesn't it? Bark! Thanks to the fine bicorn hair, the sweet potatoes turned into a smooth paste. I placed it in a pot with sugar, and as it mixed evenly, I added mirin, the syrup from the chestnuts, and a pinch of salt to enhance the sweetness. Then, over low heat, I stirred the mixture carefully to prevent it from burning. The kitchen filled with a sweet, rich aroma, while Chocola, possibly sulking from the lack of attention, curled up on the sofa. I can't help it, I'm busy right now. Fewer. FSS. With Chocola yawning lazily behind me, I continued stirring the sweet potato paste. Once the graininess of the sugar disappeared and the texture became just right, I added the chestnuts, allowing their flavors to meld together over gentle heat. Finally, I plated the dish, flattening it slightly, and let it cool. That was it for the osechi. Now, I still had to prepare everyone's breakfast. Section. Good morning, Suekuen. It smells wonderful. Good morning. Thank you for always cooking for us so early, Sue. Yawn. Good morning. Mother, Grandma, and Karen had all woken up and made their way to the living room. Karen, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, was gently scolded by Mother to go wash her face, while Grandma began preparing tea for everyone. Mother sat on the sofa, softly petting Chocola, who had leapt into her lap. Good morning. I'm up. Finally, Mint burst into the room from the entrance with her usual energy, and at that exact moment, I finished making breakfast. As I took off my apron and walked over to the table in the living room, I thought about something. It seems this world doesn't have the tradition of greeting the new year. And this isn't Japan, so there's no need to force it. But still, today is the start of a new year, and just saying good morning feels a bit off. So, standing before my family, Karen, Mother, Grandma, Mint, Chocola, and even imagining Pochi in the stables, I took a moment to compose myself. Happy New Year! Let's make this another great year together. Chapter 41.5, A Special Day to Spend. Even though it's New Year's Day, it's not quite the same as it was in Japan. There are no New Year's cards arriving in the mail, no festive TV programs, and no visits to a shrine for Hatsumode. The absence of those familiar traditions is, honestly, a little lonely. But even so, spending a quiet day with my family is the same, whether here or there. And that's something I'm truly happy about. Breakfast was simple: microwaved rice, miso soup, and fried eggs. Afterward, we each went about our usual chores, laundry, cleaning, and before we knew it, the morning had passed. Mother spent some time teaching Mint magic in the garden, while Karen took Chocola for a walk. Grandma taught me how to make the perfect cup of tea, and then we relaxed together with Pochi. And then it was time for lunch. The osechi I had woken up early to prepare was finally ready to make its debut. Of course, that's not all. To fill the table with something more festive, I decided to make something extra, a kind of mochi. Well, not real mochi, of course. Rice isn't widely available in this land, and glutinous rice is even rarer. So, I had to make do with a substitute. The main ingredient: okara. It's something called okara mochi. I mixed okara and potato starch with milk and water, kneading the dough together. After shaping it into round pieces, I fried them in a pan until they were ready. I made a few variations. Some with sugar and soy sauce glaze. Some with finely chopped vegetables mixed into the dough, giving it an oyaki feel. Others with cheese and tomato sauce on top. And finally, some okara mochi served in a clear broth, like a sort of ozoni. This is pretty close, I said, taking a bite of the ozoni. After all, it wouldn't feel like New Year's without it. The other ingredients in the soup were chicken, daikon, carrots, and greens. There are all sorts of variations in Japan, but this was the way the Hateno family had always made it. The clear broth had turned out great, and while the okara mochi didn't quite have the stickiness or the subtle flavor of rice, it still had a pleasant chewiness and a wholesome taste. I hoped everyone would like it as much as I did. Or at least, that's what I was thinking. This sweet soy sauce flavor and the texture are addictive. Vile-sama, try the one with vegetables. I think it's my favorite. The one with cheese and tomato sauce is delightful as well. Very impressive. Auntie, you're not usually fond of tomato sauce, are you? Well, I've gotten used to it since coming to Sidera. I might even eat it more than you all do now. The ones in the broth are nice too. It's comforting. It sways usual taste. Mint, here, I made yours smaller. Can you eat it? Yummy. Tastes like tofu. It's made from okara, which is similar to tofu. Judging by their reactions, the meal was a huge hit. Everyone was happily chatting, praising both the okara mochi and the osechi. The simmered shrimp is absolutely delicious. The flavor has soaked in perfectly, blending so well with the natural taste of the shrimp. Oh, I could really go for some sake right now. And this? Date mochi, is it? Such a peculiar flavor. It's so fluffy, yet has a satisfying bite to it, and the taste lingers pleasantly. Fu, grandma, that lingering flavor is called umami. Sway taught me it's a new type of taste. What's this? Sweet. Soft. Sweet potatoes. Chestnuts. You're right, Mint. Sweet potatoes are quite similar to chestnuts, aren't they? By cooking them together with sweetness, the flavors become more cohesive. Eating them together brings out the differences in taste, which makes it interesting. The smoothness of the sweet potato mixed with the chunkiness of the chestnut is delightful. It's like a little burst of happiness in my mouth. Is this a dessert? It doesn't seem quite like a cake or any typical confection. As everyone shared their thoughts, savoring the food, smiles spread across their faces. Whenever I try out a new dish, it always goes like this with our family. I know it'll turn out this way, and that makes me happy. I'm glad you all like it. Bark. Oh, you want seconds too? Bark, bark. I patted Chocola, who was looking up at me with pleading eyes, and scooped more food into his bowl. Today's meal for him was a mix of dog food and okara mochi, shaped into bite-sized pieces with milk poured over it. Judging by how fast he gobbled it up, it seemed to be a hit. Do you want more milk too? Take your time eating, and let me wipe your mouth after. Bark. Bark, bark. As I chuckled at Chocola eagerly digging into her seconds, I noticed Mint sitting with a pout, staring at the last bit of curakinton on her plate. She was clearly torn, letting out little sighs. Last bite. Don't want to end. Don't worry, Mint. There's more. I'll bring it out again for dinner. I had made plenty of osechi. I'd woken up early to prepare it, after all. It would last us through the first few days of the new year, filling our table and keeping the festive spirit alive. Really? Yup. So it's not wasteful to finish what's left. But if you eat too much in one sitting, you'll feel sick. So that's it for lunch, okay? Can you wait until dinner? Can. Mint, overjoyed, finished the last of her curakinton, savoring each bite and swaying happily in her seat with a big smile on her face. It was the same as always, our usual family meal, but it was also the first of the year, making it feel extra special. That's right, every day in our family is special, in its own way. Chapter 42, Dashing Through the Snow with Joy. Chapter 42.1, Chocola, Awakening. It was the night of the third day of the new year. As dusk settled, the sky started to look ominous, and by the time the sun had set, white flakes began to quietly spill down. The snow that fell was heavier and larger than what we had seen before, a sign that it was botan-yuki, the large, fluffy snowflakes that fall softly like peony petals. Looks like this might actually accumulate, I muttered, gazing out the sliding window that opened to the veranda. Yes, it seems so. It's going to be a cold night. I wonder how much snow will pile up, Mother said, gently touching her cheek with a thoughtful expression. Do you think Mint will be okay? Of course. Unlike us humans, Mint is far more resilient to both heat and cold. I'm more worried about her getting buried in the snow, not just the temperature. Well, I think Suekun's barrier should work as intended. So, just our house would have less snow piling up. Even as I asked, I had a feeling that would be the case. Well, if Mint does get too cold, she'll come back inside. Just in case, let's leave the heater on in the living room while we sleep. Good idea. As we talked, the garden outside gradually became covered in a thin layer of white. It was clear this snow was going to stick, but there wasn't much we could do about it at the moment. So, slightly worried but deciding to turn in early, we went to bed. The next morning, we were awakened by the overly enthusiastic barking of Chocola outside. Section. Bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark. Ha ha ha. Chocola, all white. It was barely dawn, but the energy outside was at full throttle. Awakened by the playful noise, I groggily stepped out onto the balcony and looked down at the garden. Everything was blanketed in white, and in the midst of it all, Chocola was bounding around, excitedly barking, with Mint laughing and playing alongside him. Sway. Sway. Good morning. Look, snow, so much. Oh woo. Bark, 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 bark. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Your excitement is pretty amazing too. I leaned out over the balcony to check the roof. Thankfully, it didn't look like any snow was about to come crashing down. It seems like my barrier is working after all. Beyond the boundary of our yard, the snow was significantly deeper. There was a clear difference in the snow levels on either side of the block wall surrounding our property. Our yard was noticeably lower by a significant margin. Heading back inside, I put on a windbreaker, then stepped out the front door. I was glad I had opted for boots instead of sandals because the moment I stepped into the yard, my feet sank deeply into the snow. 10, maybe 15 centimeters. In Japan, this would have been considered a heavy snowfall. However, sway. Play together. Bark, 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 bark. I'd love to join, but let me check around the house first, okay? I made my way to the edge of the garden, where the block wall stood. The snow on the other side wasn't just a little deeper. Whoa. How is the wall still standing? The snow beyond our yard had piled up to an astonishing depth, at least a meter, if not more. The sheer amount of it made going out seem impossible. Without the barrier, we would have had a meter of snow here too. Thanks to it, we only got about 15 centimeters. Looks like I won't need to worry about shoveling the roof either. Feeling reassured, I decided to check on Pochi and headed toward the back of the house. Mint and Chocola followed me, still bouncing around in the snow. The pasture, like the garden, had turned into a vast white landscape. It looks about the same as the garden, maybe a little higher. Bark. Chocola sprinted full throttle into the shimmering white landscape. He was completely hyped up, probably because of the Siberian husky blood in his veins. Come to think of it, even back in Japan, whenever snow fell, he would get this energetic. Now that we have a much bigger yard, his excitement was even higher. Perhaps in the past, he had been holding back a bit. Mint, let's go say good morning to Pochi together. But, Pochi all right? Not shivering? He should be fine. We've got the stove running for him. In preparation for winter, we'd made quite a few upgrades to Pochi's stable. We sealed off the cracks to keep out the cold drafts, and we installed a wood stove. The stove was an outdoor model that my dad had stashed in the shed. It was originally designed to double as a heater during winter, making it perfect for the job. Of course, we extended the chimney to vent outside, so no carbon dioxide would build up inside the stable. The stove didn't generate enough heat to warm the whole stable, But that wasn't a problem. After all, Tarasques, like Pochi, are creatures that live in the wild, built to withstand harsh conditions. All we needed was enough warmth to keep things from getting too cold. Pochi, good morning. How are you? Not too cold, I hope? I removed the board we had leaned against the door and lifted the shutter to enter. The wood in the stove had turned into embers but hadn't fully burned out yet. It's definitely warmer in here than outside. Kiu. Kurururu. Pochi sluggishly rose from his bed and poked his head out to greet us. Glad to see you're doing well. Kururu. Good morning, Pochi. Hug. Mint ran over and wrapped her arms around one of Pochi's massive legs. Warm. Pochi, not cold. That's a relief. I gave Pochi a pat on the nose, and he squinted his eyes in contentment. However, it seemed he wasn't in a hurry to go outside. Whether it was because he wasn't fond of the cold or he was still sleepy, he curled back up on his bed of straw. If this weather gets any worse, we might need to make more adjustments. Maybe set up dividers to retain more heat or ask Mother to cast a spell to prevent the heat from escaping. For now, we'll just keep an eye on things. Kururu. Still sleepy? That's fine, you can rest. The outside's a snowy wonderland anyway. We waved goodbye to Pochi and left the stable. I'm going to start making breakfast. Do you want to keep playing with Chocola, Mint? You're not too cold? Mint, love cold. Want to eat snow? Chocola, play together. You've got so much energy. As I watched Mint dash off into the snow, I couldn't help but think back to last winter. Back then, I was studying for my university entrance exams, so I spent more time at my desk. I still walked Chocola every day and tried to be with him as much as possible, but he must have felt a little lonely. I was in school too. But now, I could be with them all the time. I could spend as much time as I wanted playing and taking care of them. All right. After I make breakfast, I'll join in the fun and get covered in snow too. With a quiet resolution, I headed back toward the house, the sounds of Chocola and Mint gleefully playing in the snow echoing behind me. Chapter 42.2. Not cold at all? Everyone had woken up, surprised by the thick blanket of snow outside. After breakfast, I decided to head to the ranch to play, only to find our dog Chocola buried in the snow. Really? From a distance, I noticed white powder spraying up like a fountain, and when I got closer, I saw the scene. Chocola had dug a hole in the snow, nestled himself inside, and looked like he was thoroughly enjoying it, as if he was in a sand bath. You can't be serious. Bark. Quoo. Chocola tilted his head and gazed up at me. Was he actually comfortable? Is that cozy for him? Waha. Chocola, only head. Mint was laughing as she gently patted the snow piled on Chocola's body, packing it down. Well, if she's having fun, I guess it's fine. She won't catch a cold. Right. Just take it easy, all right? Bark. But now I was at a bit of a loss. I had planned to play with him, but here he was, in full relaxation mode, clearly intending to stay buried in the snow for a while. Ara. Chocola, aren't you cold? Did Mint do this? Or did he do it on his own? You foo-foo, it's quite adorable, isn't it? As I was contemplating what to do, Mother, Karen, and Grandma arrived, each offering their own remarks about the snow-covered Chocola. Well, he seems content like this for now. Bark. Chocola breathes, tummy bigger, up and down, fun. Mother chuckled as she looked around. Still, this snow is really something. I didn't expect it to be this heavy. But the northeastern Gregorum region isn't supposed to be that cold, is it? It's likely because we're in the mountains. Even though this area is called the forest, it's not entirely flat. Compared to Sidira, this area has a bit more elevation. Karen thought for a moment and then nodded. Right. Judging from the terrain and ecosystem, it's unlikely that we'll have snow like this all winter. This is probably just an unusually heavy snowfall. That's good to hear. I'll check with G-Liz later too, just to be sure. It's been nearly 10 years since he settled the village in the mid-part of the Void Forest. He'd probably know more about the winter climate here than we do. Alright, since we've got all this snow, we should do something fun with it. If the snow melts in a few days, We should make the most of it now. Snowball fight? Although if we do that, it might turn into a high-speed snowball barrage. Snowman? Definitely. We'll make one for sure, with Mint and maybe even the fairies. Drawing in the snow? That could be great for Mint's creative development. But first, with all this snow about 15 centimeters at our place but close to a meter just outside our property, it's the perfect opportunity to try something I've always dreamed of as a kid but never had enough snow for. All right. I glanced around at everyone and finally patted Mint on the head before announcing my plan. We're building a kamakura section. Mint, of course, didn't know what a kamakura was, and neither did Mother, Karen, or Grandma. So I quickly explained it to them, and we got to work. Let's make a big one, yeah. With a shovel in one hand, I pumped my fist into the air, followed by Mint, who didn't really know what she was cheering for but still followed my lead. Mother and the others stood back, watching us with amusement. Suekuen seems really excited. Fufu, like a little child. He's having a blast. Maybe he really loves the snow. It seemed like they weren't entirely sold on the idea yet. But trust me, kamakuras are seriously fun. It's not just for kids, it's for everyone. Alright, first, we pile up the snow and make a big mound. I gave the command. Once they see the finished product, they'll understand. We'll make it so big, we can even have lunch inside. Together, we began gathering snow, packing it down firmly to ensure it wouldn't collapse. Sway, this, like that. Summer, we build near sea. Yeah, you're right. But this time, we're making a much bigger one with snow. Got it. Mufu. By the way, gathering all this snow also serves another purpose, clearing a spot for Pochi to eat. We need to shovel around the stable to expose the ground, otherwise, it'll be difficult for him to graze on the hay. So, with everyone working together, using shovels and carts, we painstakingly piled up the snow. When we ran short, we brought more from outside the property. Bark. Bark, bark, bark. What's up with you? Got tired of being buried in the snow? Bark. Chocola, apparently curious about what we were doing, started romping around us. Or rather, he seemed to be running circles around us in excitement. Chocola spun around us like a playful comet, occasionally brushing past us. You really are a carefree one, aren't you? We'll play after we finish this, okay? Bark. Although I have a feeling by the time we're ready, you'll be buried in the snow again. The snow mound was now taller than me. Toward the end, Mint sat on my shoulders to help pack the snow down at the top. Alright, next we dig it out, but unlike sand tunnels, don't dig all the way through. We want to create a hollow space inside. Okay. I drew the outline of the entrance with a branch, and then we began carefully digging with shovels. I demonstrated the technique, Mint mimicked me, and we worked in turns. As we hollowed it out, we also packed the walls tightly, and Mother and the others carried away the snow we cleared out. Fuwu. Mint, inside snow. Not yet, we still need to make it bigger. Big enough for everyone to fit. We continued digging, hollowing, smoothing, and packing the snow. Inside the cold white hill, we created a cozy, slightly smaller room. Back in Japan, when I was little, there was one winter where a decent amount of snow fell. With a playful Chocola, Father, and I, we played in the yard. To the young me, the snow seemed impossibly deep. I wanted to build a kamakura, so we tried, and Father helped me out. Looking back, the snow probably wasn't that deep at all. The yard at our old house was small, especially compared to here, so there wasn't enough snow to make a proper one. Of course, it didn't turn out very well. We only managed to make a small snow mound with a barely there hollow, just enough for me to lie down and poke my head inside. But that moment, captured in a photo, still made it into our family album, which recorded all of our growth. Photos don't show what expressions the photographer had, but I remember. I remember it clearly. Father was smiling. He looked so happy, pointing the camera at me, with my head stuck inside that tiny kamakura wannabe, and Chocola watching beside me. Sway, what's wrong? Nothing. We're almost there. The hollow complete, we flattened the floor, and for the final touch, we created a snow table in the center. A square, solid block of snow. Finished. Mint. Go call Mother and the others. Okay. Mint dashed out of the kamakura. I stepped outside as well, stretching my arms as I wiped the sweat from my brow. It was a masterpiece. It was enormous, something that would be difficult to build even in a snowy region. Watching Mint run off and looking at the kamakura, I couldn't help but smile. Just like I did as a child. And maybe, just like Father did, behind the camera that day. Chapter 42.3. It's warm, isn't it? Thanks to all the hard work, we managed to build a pretty big kamakura. Big enough for the whole family except for Pochi, of course, to fit inside. To make the most of it, we decided to have tea inside. Mother and Grandma brewed tea for everyone, and we brought out some cookies I'd baked earlier. We spread hay from Pochi's stable on the floor for some added comfort. It's amazing how warm it is, even though it's a house made of snow. Mother said, looking up at the ceiling in awe. Hee hee. Mint worked hard with Sway. Mint is such a good girl. Grandma, Karen, Mother, good too. Snow, carried. That's right. You helped us by carrying away the snow we dug out. And it's impressive that Mint noticed everything. You're really sharp. Mufu. Mint puffed up proudly, sitting in the middle, basking in everyone's attention. Was there really a culture in your world that built houses like this? Yeah, there were people who lived in places where snow covered the ground year-round. They didn't build with snow exactly, but with ice. They cut ice into blocks and stacked them up like bricks to make houses. I think they were called the Inuit, and their houses, igloos, if I recall correctly. People lived in places like that. Grandma, it's possible that even in this world, there are other civilizations beyond the continent. There could be people who live like that out there. Ah, you're right. As we grow older, our view of the world can become smaller. I should be more open. Your father used to say something similar. Mother said, smiling softly as she sipped her tea. He'd talk about how there could be another continent or a new civilization across the sea. Who knows? Maybe in the distant future, as technology advances, the world will become even bigger than we can imagine. On this continent, technology for long-distance sea travel hasn't really developed. The seas are full of monsters after all. And sea monsters tend to be huge. That serpent turtle shark thing I fought once was small compared to what's out there. The farther you travel from land, the bigger and more terrifying they become. Giant creatures like the Kraken and Leviathan have been sighted, so massive, they could be mistaken for islands. On top of that, magic doesn't work well underwater, making it even harder to fight these creatures. Maybe the dragons, who freely soar across the skies, have seen what lies beyond the sea, but a distant future? It feels like such a far-off dream. We're barely managing to deal with the void forest, let alone the rest of the continent. Just setting up the magic power crucible monitoring system was a monumental task. I much prefer this cozy little snow house. It's strange, though. How is it so warm in here when it's made of snow? Is it because I'm sticking close to you? She snuggled up against me, and while I didn't mind, having the whole family watching made me feel a bit embarrassed. Oh, how sneaky. Maybe Mother should cuddle up to Suekuen too. Group hug. Mint join. Ara. I suppose that leaves me out. Mint, would you cuddle with Grandma then? As my family started playing and laughing together, I quietly nibbled on a cookie. It had a mild, comforting flavor, thanks to the okara I had mixed in. Bark. Kyuru. Chocola poked his head into the kamakura, probably tired of playing or maybe just feeling left out. Behind him Pochi stood at the entrance, peering in lazily. The whole scene was filled with warmth, despite being surrounded by snow. Chocola, do you want to come in? It's getting a bit cramped in here. I can switch out with you. As I slipped away from Karen and Mother's attempts to trap me in their cuddles, they both pouted with lips playfully sticking out. Fine, you two can snuggle with Chocola instead. Pochi, did we leave you all by yourself? Are you okay with the snow? Kyuru. I patted Pochi's snout as he chirped cheerfully. Tarask, the subspecies of dragon he belongs to, is a warm-blooded creature. Most dragon species, in fact, are similar in that regard except for a few. The thick shells and scales that cover their bodies work to release heat in the summer and conserve it in the winter. They regulate their body temperature with a sort of magical control, and judging from Pochi's behavior, they're much more adaptable to extreme temperatures than we might think. Maybe living here has strengthened your magic power, too. Kyuru. Still, we'll keep using the stove at night. It's nicer to be warm, isn't it? Kyuru. Pochi loved being patted from the tip of his snout to his cheeks. His eyes narrowed with contentment as he let out a low purr. Judging by how his feet didn't seem bothered by the snow, I felt reassured he was comfortable in the cold. Haha. Shokola, fur cold. Mint's gleeful voice echoed from inside the kamakura. With all that snow Chocola had been rolling in, I wouldn't be surprised if his fur got a bit damp. Bark, huff. What's up? Did you get kicked out, or do you just like being outside more? Cooin. Bark. After a moment, Chocola lumbered out of the entrance and trotted over, his front paws landing squarely on my stomach as he jumped up to me. Still got energy to burn? All right. Let's run. Come on. Bark. 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 We charged off across the snow-covered fields, our feet leaving imprints in the fresh powder. Though Chocola had been running wild all morning, there were still untouched stretches of snow. I dashed toward them, hearing her joyful panting close behind me. The crisp air, heavy with the silence of snow, made our footsteps and breathing sound sharper, more pronounced. Before long, Chocola overtook me, blocking my path with a playful spin before diving at me from the side. Whoa. Bark. I tumbled into the snow, and Chocola jumped on top, licking my face while I ruffled his now chilled fur. It was still morning, and yet I was already having so much fun. I gazed up at the sky, half blue and half filled with clouds. Maybe we'd see more snow today. As I contemplated the weather, a large shadow passed overhead, a massive dragon soaring through the sky. It's G-Liz. Bark. Maybe G-Liz had come to check on us because of the deep snow. Still lying in the snow with Chocola sprawled on top of me, I waved up to the dragon soaring above. Chapter 42.4. All together, snow. Hey Mint, we've come to play. Ah, hello. Sorry for disturbing you. Wooa. Welcome, you made it. The dragon G-Liz had arrived, bringing along the dragonlings, Mine Orc and G-Ness. As soon as Mint saw their small figures on G-Liz's back, her face lit up, and she dashed toward them. Mine Orc and G-Ness, excited to see her, circled around her joyfully, flapping their wings. Mine Orc, G-Ness, let's do that. Got it. Sure. Mint spread her arms wide in a Y shape. Mine Orc and G-Ness each grabbed one of her hands, and the little dragons flapped their wings, lifting Mint into the air as they spun her in circles like a human bamboo copter. Ha ha ha. Fun. Mint floated about a meter off the ground, spinning and laughing gleefully. Her skirt flared out like an umbrella, making for a rather surreal sight. What is that? When did they come up with such a trick? When you guys were on that request in Sidera, we stayed in the dragon village. They played like that all the time. Well, it's fun, but doesn't she get dizzy? Hiya. Fun, floaty. Mint, released by the dragonlings, landed softly on the snow before plopping down with her legs stretched out. Ah, so she does get dizzy after all. I'm tired. But maybe we flew a little higher this time. Looks like the little dragons get worn out too. G-Liz, watching them with a gentle expression, turned his gaze toward me. The snow piled up pretty deep, so I came to check on you. Looks like you're all having fun, though. Thanks for coming. Is this much snow unusual? No, in the deep parts of the forest, it gets like this once or twice a year. Oh, really? Was everything fine where you are? We live by the coast. The mountain peaks get some snow, but the village is as usual. I see. I should have asked more questions earlier. This snowstorm took us by surprise. I had asked G-Liz about the weather back in autumn, but his response was, it doesn't snow much, so I wasn't too worried. My bad. Actually, it was our young ones who saw the snow in the forest and started worrying about you all. That's when we realized the size difference between dragons and humans. Quite the oversight on our part, honestly. It made sense. From G-Liz's perspective, a meter of snow isn't that much to be concerned about. But for us humans, it's a whole different story. What seemed insignificant to him turned out to be quite a big deal for us. Still, I'm glad you came to check on us. You say things that make me bashful. But if you're all well, then there's no need to fuss over it. We both laughed it off. I wasn't quite sure what he meant by fuss over it, but maybe it was something like don't worry about it. Bark, bark, bark. At that moment, Chocola barked out of nowhere. Until then, he had been joyfully playing with G-Liz's tail, a game where he chased and pounced on the tail as G-Liz swayed it back and forth. It had become a fun routine for the two of them. But suddenly, Chocola stopped and darted toward the yard, his attention drawn to something. Bark. Oh, so full of energy. Hey, Suicune. And to you as well, Dragon Dono. 4 Seasons San, Color San. The fairy family, not just the two of them but also their 5 children, approached us, stepping through the pure white snow with a certain joy in their steps. 4 Seasons San, walking at the head of the group, gave me a playful smile and said, "Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Your memory's coming back." Yeah, it's just a New Year's greeting, right? Though it's still in fragments. Greeting, Fairy King and Queen. It's good to see you in good health. No, Dragon Dono, it's we who are thankful. Our children were in your care last time. Think nothing of it. They're welcome to visit any time. Since last year's commotion, we had made it so the dragon family could see 4 Seasons San and his family. So this wasn't their first meeting. But this was definitely the first time so many of us had gathered together. Everyone, including my family, exchanged greetings one after another. Karen, I came to play. Welcome, Peacock. Sub-Zero Dono, it's rare to see you outside of Sidera. How are you finding this place? G-Liz-sama. While my magic makes it difficult to take walks around here, I've been treated so well that I hardly mind. Good day to you, Vial-san. I hope we haven't intruded on your family time. Not at all. We were just about to visit you ourselves. How about the snow, Color-san? It must have been a while since you've seen any. Yes, it's been so long, I had forgotten how cold it is. But it's truly beautiful. Hanaikada, Magpie, hello. Hello, Mint. And hello to the little dragons. Hey, let's race again. I won't lose this time. I think I'd rather play in the snow. I agree. We should enjoy the snow while it's here. Today's the only chance we'll get. Pochi, are you cold? You seem fine, though. Kururu. Wow, Chocola, you're covered in snow. Your fur is freezing. Wafu. Bark. It was a scene of utter chaos, but it was the kind of chaos that felt comforting, full of life and warmth. Look. Built snow house. Called kamakura. Oh, I've been curious about that. Can I go inside? Wow, it looks so spacious for us. As Mint led the dragonlings and fairies into the kamakura, I decided to head back to the house. I might as well prepare some snacks and drinks for everyone. After all, it's not every day we have this much company. Chapter 42.5, and then a sleepover. After lunch, the afternoon continued with the cheerful hustle and bustle of snowy fun. However, I wasn't able to join in much or watch what was going on. Some tasks had come up that I needed to deal with. It all started with something G-Liz had said. Section. When I was flying earlier, I got a good look at the sky. It's probably going to snow again tonight. It won't be as heavy as today's, but the spots where the snow's been trampled will get covered again. At the time, the sky was clear, so I found it a little surprising. But dragons have a broad view of the sky, and they're skilled at predicting the weather. His forecast would probably be right. Oh, that means more snow play tomorrow, right? Chocola and Mint are both full of energy. To be young. Well, I'm about the same age as Chocola, you know. In fact, Chocola was technically older than me. That's right, I forgot. You're so calm, I tend to forget your age. Then again, to someone like you, everyone here probably seems like children. If we're going by age, the Fairy King Dono here wins. I haven't lived 2,000 years like him. Well, we've mostly just been hiding away. Nothing to boast about. As we sat in a circle in the snow, chatting, Giles slowly raised his head and gazed toward the northern sky. It's about time for me to head back. I've left my wife alone, and I wouldn't want her to feel lonely. But before I go, Sway, I have a proposal for you. What is it? Could you let my dragonlings stay the night? Giles smiled, revealing his sharp teeth, as he explained his reasoning. He said it was about time for his children to experience the world outside. They were old enough to be sensible and not act recklessly. While the deep parts of the forest were dangerous, today, with the snow deep and most beasts scarce, seemed like a good opportunity. And more than anything, he couldn't help but be touched by how much fun Mine Orc and Gines were having. Watching their faces, I just thought, I'd like to let them enjoy this a little longer. Sure, I'll take responsibility for them. And so, with Giles's blessing, his 2 young dragons, ecstatic at the chance for a sleepover, continued playing while Giles took his leave. Of course, before departing, he didn't forget to give them a firm warning. Don't fly too high. Parents worrying about their children. It's the same, whether human, dragon, or fairy. I'd almost forgotten how universal that feeling is. 4 Seasons San muttered, gazing up at the sky where Giles had disappeared. Giles's weather forecast spurred me into action. If it was going to snow tonight and stay that way through tomorrow, then Mint and the others could use another toy or 2 to play with. Just running around might get boring after a while. With that thought in mind, I headed to the backyard beside the stables where we kept our materials. Section. That felt so good. Yeah, the warm rain was amazing. By the time the afternoon had passed and the sun started to set, everyone was showing signs of fatigue. We called an end to the snow games, and the fairies returned to Tur Na Nog. As for the 2 young dragons, we had them take a shower with Mint before calling it a day. I'm glad Mine Orc and Gines didn't mind the water. Chocola, you should learn from them. Gah! Chocola let out a dissatisfied growl. He had just been thoroughly washed, and it was no surprise he wasn't thrilled about it. But it was the price to pay for having so much fun. It wasn't just snow he'd been playing in, he'd dug all the way down to the dirt, getting so dirty that he couldn't even be let into the house. Hot water falls from above, it stays bright at night, and the air is warm. Human homes are amazing. Gines. I think it's probably just Swaysan's house that's special like this. Mint, are you all fresh and clean? You. Cute, clean, Mint said with a big smile, still wrapped in a bath towel. Being an Alrorn, a plant monster, Mint didn't really need to bathe since her body didn't produce waste the way animals do. However, today had been an exception after all the running around. She seemed to enjoy the bath, too. After all, the warmth of water feels good no matter who you are. Sway, I've finished bringing the futons downstairs. Thank you, Karen said, walking down from the 2nd floor. Then, she knelt beside Chocola, gently patting him and saying, "You're so clean now." But Chocola still lay there with a dissatisfied expression, clearly not happy. Sorry for the trouble, Karen. It's going to be fun staying with Grandma tonight. The guest room was reserved for the young dragons, so Grandma Cyriland would be sleeping in Karen's room. It's funny, when we first moved here, I thought a guest room would go unused in a house this deep in the forest. But now, with so many guests, we were actually running out of space. It made me happy to have so many people here. I've finished setting the table. Let's eat. Mine Orc, Gines, if you want seconds, don't hesitate to ask. Mother called from the dining room. Dinner was a bit simpler than usual since we were all worn out from the day. The main dish was smoked wild waterfowl, some salad, tofu, and a root vegetable stir-fry. We also had a light soup with floating green onions. For Chocola, Mine Orc, and Gines, we prepared some tusk boar shoulder, boiled for Chocola and lightly salted raw meat for the young dragons. Itadakimasu, everyone said in unison as we began the meal. Since the table was a bit crowded, Mint sat on Mother's lap, happily kicking her legs as she sipped the broth. Mine Orc and Gines picked at their meat directly from the plate, which I had cut into bite-sized pieces beforehand. This is delicious. The magic power in it is strong, as expected from deep forest meat. Father sometimes brings home meat like this. Thank you very much for always being so kind to us. Mother. Mint try, Thin thingy. That's Kinpira. Here, open wide. Seeing everyone so happy, I couldn't help but smile. Karen, seated diagonally from me, caught my gaze and gave me a nod, as if sharing in the warmth of the moment. Chocola, you must be tired today. Eat up, you'll need the energy to play again tomorrow. Bark. NOM. It started snowing. Grandma remarked, pausing with her spoon in hand as she looked toward the sliding glass door. Sure enough, when I squinted into the darkness, I could see white flakes gently drifting down. Liz said it would snow tonight but clear up after. The snow will probably melt pretty quickly once it stops. Then we'll have to play as much as we can tomorrow. Suekuen seemed to be making something earlier. I'm excited to see what it is. Mint, super curious. But didn't peek, Karen said. More exciting that way. It'll be fun. Chocola's fun too, so look forward to it. Bark. Karen, phrasing. As the lively chatter continued around the table, the lights seemed a bit brighter than usual, casting a warm glow over the scene. Later, as the night deepened, Mint dozed off while chatting with the young dragons in the living room. The joyful night carried on until we eventually carried her out to the garden for a last bit of fresh air before bedtime. Chapter 42, A Blessed Beginning. Interlude 1, New Year's for Newlyweds. Even as the old year ended and the new year began, the city of Sidera remained grounded, without any festive atmosphere. In Suehatano's world, the turn of the year was marked by celebrations and festivities, and even some nations within this continent shared similar traditions. Bird's homeland, for example, was one such place. However, among the commoners of the kingdom, especially in the frontline town adjacent to the Void Forest, winter was a time of leaner profits. For someone like Bird, it meant downtime, with adventurer work slowing down. Inevitably, it became a time of waiting at home for his wife, Lila, to return from her work at the guild. That said, they were newlyweds. Regardless of the time of year, unexpected surprises were bound to happen. As night fell, Lila returned home, carrying a wooden crate. I'm home. I brought us some wine. It's a gift to celebrate our wedding. Oh, more gifts. Where's this one from? The folks at the research bureau. Apparently, they ordered it all the way from the capital. Lila replied with a grin and Bird chuckled. You sure are loved by everyone, aren't you? Really? Well, if that's the case, I'm grateful, she said cheerfully, handing the crate to him. He opened it to reveal several bottles nestled in sawdust. Pulling one out and examining the label, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. This is a 19-year-old Nurtep. This stuff's expensive. Is it? I tried to refuse, saying it was too much, but they insisted it was no big deal, just a little extra. A little extra? I see. Nurtep was known for its temperate climate, which produced excellent wine. However, it was also the region where that house in the depths of the forest once stood. And 19 years ago, well, yeah, I guess it really was just an extra. The research bureau sure knows how to pick the perfect touch. What do you mean? 19 years ago, Nurtep. That's when and where Sui was born. Oh, so this wine is for Suichin? Perhaps it was arranged by the elderly Seriland, or maybe a noble trying to curry favor with someone. If it was the latter, though, it seemed the research bureau had shielded them from any political strings attached to the gift. Well, even if it's just a side thought, it's still a celebration. Since we've got 5 bottles, how about we share? Good idea. Let's give some to Tomo-san and her family, the oldie Novium, Noakuan's place, and the elf twins have gone back to their village, so we'll save a bottle for them. Ahaha, looks like we'll be down to just 1 bottle for us, won't we? That's fine. It'll be perfect for you, me, and your father and the others to share. Hearing that, Lila beamed, leaping up to wrap her arms around his neck. I'm so glad I married you, old man. Stop calling me old man. Lila released him, grabbed one of the bottles, and dashed inside the house. Dad, Mom, Grandma, I brought wine for us. Section. Naturally, when a couple marries, they live together. Bird was a top-tier adventurer in the town, known for his skill and success. In plain terms, he was doing well for himself. Unlike the average adventurer who might rent a room in a boarding house, Bird had already purchased a plot of land and built a house. It wasn't overly luxurious, his straightforward personality wouldn't allow for that, but as a prominent figure in the adventurer world, he couldn't live in a shabby place either. It was spacious enough that even with Lila moving in, they still had more room than they knew what to do with. Lila, on the other hand, had lived with her parents and grandmother in an old house that was a bit cramped for the four of them. She vividly remembered when, at 12 years old, they had to clear out the storage room to make space for her own room, a chaotic ordeal that was hard to forget. Now, leaving that familiar home behind. That's what marriage is about. And really, moving to a bigger, nicer house is an amazing thing, isn't it? She told herself this repeatedly, trying to ignore the bittersweet feeling in her heart. But, Bird, the man who was now her husband, said something to her that she hadn't expected. Lila, how about having your family live with us? Just because you're married doesn't mean you have to be separated from your parents and grandma. And so, now when Lila returned home to be greeted by her husband, she walked through the house to the living room and found herself welcomed by the smiles of her parents and grandmother. Her mother had prepared dinner. The table was set with plates, and steam rose from the dishes. On days when Lila worked late, it was a great relief to have her mother take care of the housework. I'm home. Look at this, I got some wine. Let's all have some tonight. Oh my, is it a wedding gift? Isn't it expensive? Yeah, it seems to be a high-end dish. Well then, your father and I can skip it. You two should enjoy a quiet drink together as newlyweds. Her mother said, smiling. Her father, too, smiled gently, and her grandmother nodded approvingly with a warm "That's wonderful, dear." Just then, Bird caught up and placed his hand on Lila's shoulder. That won't do, father. There's no way just the two of us could finish a whole bottle. And I wouldn't want to miss out on the chance to drink with my father-in-law. He had told her before. Bird was from the Cesario Empire, far to the west of the kingdom. A lot had happened there, and when he was young, he came to this kingdom. It was almost like an exile, and he had said he would never return, even for a visit. Lila hadn't asked if his parents were still alive or what kind of relationship he had with them. But one thing was clear, Bird treated Lila's parents and grandmother with the utmost care and respect. He was always polite yet familiar, facing them with sincerity. He even welcomed them to move in together with him and Lila. Her father scratched his head, looking pleased. Well, I can't say no after that. I'll join you for a drink, then. Yeah, let's have a toast between men. Lila's father worked at the Adventurers Guild, just like she did, so he had known Bird for quite some time. In fact, their ages were closer than that of Lila and Bird, so they seemed to live comfortably together without much awkwardness. Still, it feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? My daughter's working late, and here I am drinking. The dismantling yard is practically on break with nothing to do. Well, it can't be helped since us adventurers are also taking a break. If anything, it's me who should feel bad, making my wife work while I'm at home. Watching the easy banter between her father and husband, Lila felt a warm, tingling sensation in her chest. It made her a little shy, but at the same time, it filled her with happiness and a sense of comfort. Come on, hurry up and change. Dinner's almost ready. And well done today, Lila. Her mother called out, as she always had before the wedding, and her grandmother added with an expression kinder than ever before. Her husband, sitting confidently and chatting with her father. Her mother, urging her like always. And her grandmother, beaming with pride. Thanks. Just give me a minute. With the familiar sounds of her family's voices and the smell of dinner filling the house, Lila headed to her room. This year, and from now on, this would be her everyday life, she realized once more, smiling to herself. Chapter 42, Interlude 2, Sweet Life. From New Year's to spring, Skylark Pavilion increases its closed days. There are two reasons: customer traffic and ingredient costs. The city of Sidera heavily relies on the resources of the Void Forest for its economy. So, during winter, when the game in the forest dwindles, the flow of money slows down. People stop indulging in luxuries and avoid eating out, which causes a significant drop in customers at cafes. This is also the time when food rationing takes place. It wouldn't make sense to run out of food by indulging while game is scarce. Rationing means the cost of ingredients skyrockets, forcing restaurants to take countermeasures. To cope with this, Sedera's restaurants, including Skylark Pavilion, increase their closed days and rotate their business days together. Even with fewer customers, if there are only a few open restaurants, the number of patrons per establishment can be maintained. By operating only a few days a week, they can offer their goods without raising prices, despite rising ingredient costs. Of course, some places are more popular than others, and there will be disparities in revenue. However, this system is organized by the Guild of Tea Houses, and subsidies are provided based on the size of each establishment, so no major problems arise. That said, with more days off, the poster girl of Skylark Pavilion found herself with time on her hands. On top of that, she's newly married. She's in the honeymoon phase, where spending time with her beloved husband is the most enjoyable thing. Naturally, she knows exactly what to do. Yes, it's time to experiment with cakes. Section. You know, just because you have time off, doesn't mean flour and sugar are cheap. Schnee frowned as he stuck his head into the kitchen, which was filled with a sweet aroma. Inside, his wife hummed cheerfully as she baked yet another cake. It's fine, isn't it? I'm paying for it with my own earnings. Well, that's true, but... Without even turning around, Tomo waved her hand dismissively. But I'm the one who has to finish all that cake, you know. No problem. Even if you're full, there are still plenty of mouths eager for it. If the two of them couldn't finish it, the leftovers would all be forced onto Tomo's siblings. They lived just a 5-minute walk away and were often summoned via communication crystal. Despite this, Schnee's frown softened into a smile. I forgot to greet you. I'm home. You're late with your greeting. Welcome home. Finally, Tomo turned around, and they met halfway, sharing a kiss. Her lips tasted of cinnamon and pomegranate. Go change your clothes. Got it. When Schnee got married, he renovated his house. It was a house he'd built near Tomo's family home. After climbing the ranks as an adventurer and earning a decent income, he dreamed of getting married someday, so he made the house a bit larger than necessary, though he hadn't told Tomo this. The consequence of making such a selfish decision without consulting her came when they got married. In short, there was no space for baking equipment or a pantry to store ingredients. Not to mention, no room for future children. All of Tomo's desires had been ignored. He couldn't help but feel foolish. How was it today? As he changed in their room, a voice came from behind. He answered while taking off his jacket. Ah, same as always. But it's tough without the captain around. Schnee had been out working in the forest. Not gathering or hunting, though. He was hired by the guild to train the next generation. He took pride in his scouting skills, which were second to none, especially in the Void Forest. So, during this slow season, the guild often asked him to teach survival skills to rookie adventurers. Schnee didn't want them to die young, so he agreed whenever he could. Today, he'd been training the greenhorns in the forest. Did the young ones not listen to you? Yeah, pretty much. Well, you're not exactly the friendly type, dear. Bird-san may look intimidating, but he's got charm. That's not the only reason. He muttered under his breath. The rookies being unusually defiant today wasn't just because Bird wasn't there or because of his own stern face. It was because they were regulars at Skylark Pavilion. Why are you staring at me? Because you're beautiful. Ha! What are you saying all of a sudden? Schnee gently brushed her cheek with his hand before leaving the room. Everyone knew that Schnee had won the heart of Skylark Pavilion's poster girl. Their childhood friendship was well known to longtime regulars, and most of them, through tears, had offered their blessings with phrases like, "As long as Tomo-san is happy." Of course, Tomo herself had always been polite to customers, but she never gave anyone the wrong idea or led them on. So, outwardly, there hadn't been much fuss. But there's always someone who'll get the wrong idea, and it's always the young ones. He didn't mind if they resented or even hated him. He wouldn't care if they held a grudge. But when they start showing obvious attitude on the job, it becomes a problem. Even with their own lives on the line, they let their foolish emotions get the better of them, defying him and refusing to take his teachings seriously. He'd already given them a thorough scolding and reported it to the guild master, cliché, but he was still a little concerned. Just be careful when you're out and about. Oh, so that's what this is about. Sitting at the dining table, Tomo shrugged, as if everything made sense now. No need to worry. I'm not weak enough to be trifled with by some low-level adventurers. I know, but still. And have you forgotten? Tomo raised her left hand, showing the ring on her ring finger as if to remind him. I have this, after all. The same ring gleamed on Schnei's left hand as well. The rings were crafted by Novium and enchanted by Sway, making them far more powerful than anything an ordinary civilian would ever possess. Forged by a master with the title of Iron and finished by the Forest Guardian, the ring was a magic tool. Tomo, though a mage who used magic for her baking, was fairly average in terms of skill. But thanks to the ring, her abilities had been boosted to rival that of a high-ranking priest. If any of those young fools tried to mess with her, they'd surely regret it. We can never thank Sway enough. Indeed. That's why we need to repay her. Our target is the Snow Melting Festival. I'm going to surprise everyone with a brand new creation. Once they finished their meal, cake awaited them. As always, Schnee would be the one to taste-test it. Ever since they were young, Tomo wouldn't be satisfied with any new recipe unless Schnee declared it delicious, even though he didn't consider his own taste buds anything special. As he sliced into his meat with a knife, Schnee smiled at his beloved wife. That sounds exciting. I'll have to step up my game too. Though winter was often a slow season, it looked like this year would be anything but boring. Chapter 43, See You Again. Chapter 43.1, Chocola, Toe. The snow from last night covered all the traces of our play, piling up just enough to hide them. About 5 centimeters inside the yard and 10 centimeters outside. It wasn't as bad as last night, and like Giles said, it'll start melting now. I found it a bit strange that the snow accumulation on both sides of the fence wasn't much different. Maybe the barrier only allows up to about 15 centimeters of snow in areas it considers safe. It's something my unconscious mind handles, so there's no point in wondering. Anyway, just like yesterday, Mint and Chocola were gleaming with excitement. The 2 young dragons who stayed over only added to the high spirits. Did you two sleep well, mine Ork-chan and Jean Escuin? Yeah. That thing you call a futon? It was so soft, amazing. Yes. Much softer than the usual hay. Being able to sleep in a human futon is probably a privilege they can only enjoy for a little while longer. Someday, they'll grow as big as G-Liz and mine Arsan. It's a little sad not knowing if we'll still be around when that time comes. As we chatted, the fairy children also entered the living room. The only one who was late was Drizzle, likely because she went to see Pochi first. She may have a sharp tongue, but she's kind. Though breakfast was ready, Mint was already fidgeting, barely able to wait, and Chocola was itching to run outside. I had to hold her back, which was quite a task. I understood how they felt, though. I was just as eager to have them try out what I made yesterday. Chocola, come here. Bark. I know. You want to go outside, but first, come here. Quan. I pulled Chocola close and began fastening a harness on him. Sway, what's Chocola wearing? It looks like the thing Pochi uses when he pulls the cart. Yep, it's called a harness. It's the same type. Chocola, it's been a while, hasn't it? Bark. Bark. Chocola wagged his tail enthusiastically. Do you remember? You used to wear this for walks, exercise in the park, or when we went outside. It's been stored away for so long since we hardly ever use a leash in this world anymore. Alright, go on ahead. Bark. After sending Chocola, Mint, the young dragons, and the fairies out to the field, I stood up with a satisfied nod. I went to the woodpile behind the garden and lifted what I had made yesterday. I'd spent the previous day crafting it, cutting and shaving logs into curved boards, carefully sanding down the splinters. I didn't have time to apply varnish, but the shape was good, and I was sure it'd work just fine. Chocola, come here. Mint and the others too. I called everyone over. As Chocola bounded excitedly toward me, I caught him and tied a rope to his harness. Naturally, The other end of the rope was connected to. Whoa. Oh wow. Mint gasped in awe when she realized what it was. With the young dragons and fairies watching with keen interest, I winked at Mint. This is called a sled. Go ahead, Mint, sit right here. Section. Whoa, where? That's right. Hold on to this rope tightly. Chocola, go slowly at first. Bark. The sled was small, designed for one person. It was perfect for Mint, but too small for someone my size. Karen might be able to just barely fit if she stretched her legs out. It wasn't anything fancy, just a scooped-out board with ridges on the bottom, something you'd probably find in the kids section of a Japanese store. Mint, now seated on the sled, clearly knew what was about to happen, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, she had already experienced how slippery the snow was yesterday, and the concept was the same as Pochi's lizard-pulled cart. As for Chocola, well, he probably understood too. He's a clever one. Wait, is Chocola going to pull it? Looks like it. The young dragons flapped their wings and exchanged glances. Where, this looks so fun. I want to ride with Mint. I'll take my usual spot right on Chocola's back. Hey, Karen, do you think Mint will fall? Even if she falls, Mint will be fine. Sounds fun. Then why don't you ride too, Drizzle? What? Why would I? The fairies and Karen kept chatting as they watched. Alright, first, take it slow and head over to Grandma. If you make it there safely, you can speed up and go all the way to Mother. Grandma stood about 5 meters away, and 30 meters further, Mother was waving at us. Mint was light, and Chocola had enough strength to pull her without trouble. The real challenge would be maintaining balance. I crouched beside Chocola, petting her head, and pointed toward Grandma. Okay, ready? Grandma's first. Go. Bark. With a light tap on his back, Chocola dug his paws into the snow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, without a hint of struggle, he began pulling the sled with Mint aboard. Whoa, whoa. Moving. It's moving. Slowly but surely, the sled glided forward, carrying Mint all the way to Grandma. Well done. Now, off to Mother next. That way. Let's go. Bark. Chocola barked back, picking up the pace. His walking turned into a trot, and soon, he was running. Whoa. Chocola, running. Fast, whoa. Bark. Ah. And then, thud. Mint lost her balance and tumbled off the sled, half of her body sinking into the snow. Mint. Wait. I held Karen back as she started to rush over. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6. With a burst of energy, Mint jumped up, shaking the snow from her face. Foo-foo. Ahaha, ha 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 ha. I fell. She laughed gleefully. Bark. Mint slipped. It was so fast. Are you okay? Yeah, I jumped off right away. Did it hurt? Snow, soft. Go again. Bark. Giggling and excited, Mint climbed back onto the sled with Chocola, and the two of them returned to Grandma's position to try again. Grandma, signal. All right, all right. At Grandma's signal, Chocola took off once more. This time, Mint swayed her body, trying to maintain balance as the speed picked up. She was better than before, but just 5 meters from Mother, thud. You slipped. Ah, Mother, don't come. Mint and Chocola, go to you. Okay, I'll wait here for you. Chocola, back to Grandma. One more time. Bark. Neither Mint nor Chocola was discouraged. Mint pumped herself up with determination, and Chocola playfully licked her cheek. The fairies danced around them, and the young dragons cheered as they prepared for another attempt. You see, falling is part of the practice. And not helping is part of watching them grow. We exchanged glances, smiling at each other. Both Mint and Chocola had natural physical abilities and magical enhancements, so it wouldn't take long before they mastered the sled. But even more important than mastering it quickly was the journey to get there. I wanted them to enjoy the process, to find joy even in the repeated failures. Grandma, signal again. All right, here we go. Ready, set, go. Bark. I'm glad I made it. As Chocola pulled the sled once more, I shouted at them. Great job. Keep it up. Chapter 43.2 Mint. Progress. As expected or better than expected, Mint's mastery of the sled came shockingly fast. Ahahaha, zoom, bark. It took her just 30 minutes to reach Mother without losing balance. In an hour, she could stay on the sled even when Chocola sped up, and in about 2 hours, even when Chocola dashed wildly in all directions, Mint didn't budge. Thus, in less than 4 hours, Mint earned the title of dog sledding master. Whoa, Mint, you're amazing. Even Chocola has so much energy. Jean S., half laughing, and Minorc, somewhat overwhelmed, said. Both of them had been flying alongside the sled earlier, but now they had given up on keeping up and were just watching from the sidelines. By the way, Chocola was powered up with physical enhancement magic, so, ahahaha, go, yeehaw. I can't anymore. Bonfire, who was perched on Chocola's head, was shouting like a cowboy riding a wild horse, while Hanaikada, clinging to Mint, lost her grip and had to retreat. She flew unsteadily toward me and plopped onto my head, spreading her body flat. So tired. Are you okay? You're not dizzy, are you? I'm fine, thanks, Sway. It's just so fun. It's fast and feels amazing. I'll join in again after a little rest. Don't Mint and Chocola ever get tired? I muttered under my breath. I glanced over at Karen, who stood at the edge of the field. She caught my eye and shrugged lightly. They still seem full of energy, she said. Just then, Chocola and Mint, still racing across the snow, noticed me. Sway. Mint waved energetically as Chocola swerved toward me, kicking up snow as she ran. He barreled toward me with thunderous steps, his paws pounding the snow. Bark. Chocola skidded to a halt, but inertia sent the sled spinning in a clockwork drift, and Mint was flung from it. She tumbled into the snow, rolled a few times, and then sprang up, launching herself at me in a rocket-like dive. Woomph. OOF. Sway. Thanks. Fun. So much fun, she exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear as she clung to my waist. I patted her head as she nuzzled against me. You're cold. Are you okay? I'm fine. All right. Yeah, you seem fine, I said, checking her temperature. She was cold on the surface, but warm underneath, her body radiating heat from all the excitement. Mint's engine was running at full throttle. You're full of energy, aren't you? Had fun? Bark. Bark. Come here for a second, I said, setting Mint down and beckoning Chocola over. I checked the sled harness to make sure everything was intact. Thankfully, the joints weren't bent, and the straps hadn't stretched. Even though the harness had the indestructible attribute, the amount of running they'd done had still made me a bit nervous. Mint, do you want to take a break? Karen, who had been standing watch with me, walked over. Seeing her, Mother and Grandma emerged from the kamakura where they had been quietly enjoying tea. You've all been playing for a while. Sway, isn't it about time to eat? I glanced up at the sky. The sun had climbed high, perfect timing for lunch. Yeah, I think so. Then, I said, scanning the group. Mint and Chocola were already pretty dirty, and the young dragons and fairies were just as covered in snow. Why don't we eat outside today? I suggested. Even though it was winter and the snow was thick, we could turn this into a picnic. Section. When it comes to a picnic, the first thing that comes to mind is onigiri. This would be the first time making onigiri since coming back to this world. I hadn't thought about it until now, but once I decided, an unexpected excitement welled up inside me. There's something that speaks to the soul about onigiri. So, Karen, you're going to help me. Leave it to me. Even though she had no idea what she'd be doing, Karen confidently clenched her fist. Together, we stepped into the kitchen. I wasn't entirely sure how this would go, but I figured we'd manage. The fillings I prepared were green onion miso, kelp simmered in soy sauce, kinpira, seasoned burdock, and minced meat. Some of these were leftovers or quick-to-make ingredients since I didn't want to keep everyone waiting too long. I also decided to make plain salt onigiri, even if no one wanted them, mainly because I did. First, just watch. It may look simple, but it requires a bit of technique. Using pre-cooked rice, I grabbed a pack containing 200 grams. I divided it in half, making 2 onigiri of even size. This method ensured consistency, which was handy. First, sprinkle a little salt on your palms and rub it in. Then take half of the rice. Thanks to physical enhancements and the barrier magic, you shouldn't get burned, but the rice is hot, so be careful. After that, I grabbed a small amount of filling from the bowl. Take about this much and wrap the rice around it. Ideally, you form it into a triangle with your hands, but if that's too hard, round is fine. I quickly shaped the rice ball. The key is not to make it too loose or too tight. There's a bit of finesse involved, but since the amount of rice is fixed, just try to match the size of mine. See? Like this. Okay. Easy. Is it, though? Well, give it a try. Karen, brimming with confidence as usual, picked up half of the rice. She placed a pinch of filling inside, and then cupped her hands around it. She froze for a solid 5 seconds. Sure. Yes, Karen silenced me and then, holding the rice as though in prayer, began some kind of strange ritual. Wait, why are her shoulders moving? You only need your wrists to mold the rice. Karen. Sure. Okay. After another 10 seconds or so, she finally placed her creation on the Tupperware. It was shaped. Well, it was shaped. It looks like a rugby ball. This is harder than I thought. Her shoulders slumped, and I couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine. The filling didn't spill out, so you did well. But yours is a perfect triangle. It doesn't have to be a triangle. I thought this would be easy. You'll get the hang of it, just like with Mint's sled. With both our hands occupied by rice, I leaned in gently and nudged her. Come on, try again. We've still got plenty to make. I'll do my best. Karen, embarrassed but also a bit determined, nodded, her long ears blushing slightly. Maybe you're putting too much force into your arms, especially your shoulders. Try relaxing and only moving your wrists. Like this. Exactly. Don't worry about making a triangle this time, just focus on making a round shape. Once you've got that, you can move on to triangles. Like this. Yes, perfect. That's great. Done. Karen beamed, placing the round rice ball into the container. Then she pressed herself proudly against my shoulder, looking pleased with herself. I'm going to make a lot more. Next time, I'll try a triangle. I want you to eat the ones I make, Sway. I'm looking forward to it. Together, we continued shaping onigiri, chatting and laughing as we worked. I noticed Mother peeking into the living room but quickly turning back when she saw us. I pretended not to notice. Chapter 43.3 Curling up the snow on the ground. When I returned to the ranch with my containers in hand, I found 4 Seasons San and Color-san, bringing some shared fruit as a kind gesture. So we decided to set up a makeshift table out of a tree stump, arranging our onigiri and drinks alongside the fruit. It wasn't quite a picnic, it turned into more of a casual standing party, but that was fine by all of us. As it turned out, the onigiri were a huge hit. Oh, you form the rice into clumps and eat it with your hands. How fascinating. Yes, it's the same idea as the sandwiches Sway introduced to Sidera. Mother and Grandma said, equally impressed. Delicious. Mint, onion miso. Normally, we can't handle strong flavors, but these plain ones are really nice. Yeah, it is rich in magic power making it delicious. Mint was all smiles, and even the young dragons were pleased with their onigiri. Nom, 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 nom. Kyuru, kyuru, nom. Chocola devoured his dog food with zeal, while Pochi nibbled on his hay contentedly. Chocola had been so active earlier that he was wolfing down his meal at an impressive pace. Thanks for making tiny ones just for us. It's delicious. Yeah, really good. Right. I haven't had a flavor like this before, but I could get used to it. You've done well, Sway. I'll give you that. I was relieved that the small-sized onigiri I made for the fairies went over well. Although small was relative, they were still large enough for the fairies to have to hold them with both hands. This brings back faint, yet nostalgic memories. Yes, something deep in my soul is rejoicing. I was particularly happy that Four Seasons-san and Color-san, both former Japanese, appreciated the onigiri. After all, onigiri is a comfort food that's imprinted on the soul. And then, "So, Sway, how's it taste?" "It's delicious. But the shape is still off. I'll get it right next time." "It's fine the way it is." Karen was staring at me as I bit into the misshapen onigiri she'd made. She was clearly dissatisfied with her work, despite my genuine praise. "But Karen, listen. I'm not flattering you or sugarcoating anything. It really is fine, this is how it should be. This is your first ever onigiri. The fact that it didn't come out perfectly, that the shape is off, that you're feeling frustrated, all of that matters. And I got to be here, right beside you, for every step of it. So, with all of that wrapped up together, it's delicious." You always say that, Sway. Tell me the truth." Karen replied, pouting slightly. For now, it's okay if she doesn't fully believe me. One day, maybe years from now, when she's perfected her onigiri making skills, I'll remind her of this moment. And we'll laugh about it together. Section. After lunch, we all settled into a slower pace. There wasn't that same energy in the air for more sledding or running around. Mint started to laze about in the kamakura, occasionally nestling her head on Mother's lap. She looked content, simply enjoying the quiet. "Chocola, are you tired too?" "Bark." "Oh, never mind. You're not tired at all." Apparently, he was waiting for me to hook the sled back up. His energy really was boundless. Was there no limit? "Go play for a bit. We'll get back to it later." "Bark." Chocola turned on his heel and dashed off, followed closely by the fairies, who chirped, "Let's go too." With them gone, we could all relax for a bit without anyone getting restless. Those onigiri were so good. Yes, rice really is a remarkable grain. It's a shame we can't cultivate it here, but maybe it's better if it remains a special treat exclusive to this house. While sipping tea in the cozy kamakura, Mother and Grandma continued chatting about the meal. If they liked the onigiri that much, I should have made some pickles too. Pickles? Yeah, kind of like that sauerkraut from before. You take vegetables with a lot of water, like radishes or cabbage, and pickle them in vinegar or salt. It goes great with rice. Why didn't I think of that sooner? We've got plenty of winter vegetables in the garden, turnips, daikon, cabbage. I decided right then that I'd make some pickles before Grandma returned to Sidera. As I stewed in my thoughts, I noticed Mint squatting beside the kamakura, gathering snow into her hands. "Mint, what are you up to?" She turned to me with a grin, proudly holding something out for me to see. This, squish a look, Sway. What she had shaped in her hands was a ball of snow, packed tightly. "It's a onigiri, made with snow." "I see. So that's how it is. It's white like rice, isn't it?" I couldn't help but smile. Of course, Mint, who had never seen a snowball fight, would think of an onigiri when she saw white snow. Yeah, white. But this not sticky, not tasty. Exactly. Wait, did you actually eat it? Had a bite. But different from onigiri. Well, no wonder. She'd never heard of a snowball fight before in the records of our magic power. "Mint, can I borrow that for a second?" "Yeah. What you do? This is called a snowball. It's not for eating. But instead of food, you can play with it. For example, what do you think happens if you roll it on the snow?" "What happens?" I crouched down beside her and demonstrated by rolling the snowball across the ground. It gathered more snow as it went, getting a little bigger before stopping after a few feet. Mint's eyes lit up with excitement. "Whoa, it bigger. That's right, Anne." "Mint, no. That, roll a lot, get bigger and bigger, right? You nailed it. Good job." Mufu. Proud of her insight, Mint puffed up her chest as I ruffled her hair affectionately. I had been thinking about introducing something else for everyone to do in the afternoon besides sledding. Snowball fights or snowman building had crossed my mind. But after seeing this, it seemed like building a snowman might be the better option. Snowball fights could easily get out of hand here with magic-enhanced throws. It could turn into a dangerous game of dodgeball, and would need a full magical barrier to protect everyone. "Mint, Want to roll this snowball and see how big we can make it? Yes. Her enthusiasm was contagious as she started hopping in place, ready to go. Seeing Mint's excitement, the young dragons noticed and floated over to join us. So, you're making that thing bigger? Can we try too? I want to give it a go. Sure, why don't we all do it together? I'll make the first snowball, and then you guys can take turns rolling it. Just make sure to pack the surface a bit as it grows, so it doesn't fall apart. At that moment, Mother peeked out of the kamakura. Oh, is this a new game? And I'll help roll it. I'll team up with the dragons, and Sway, you go with Mint. Karen announced, her spirit as fiery as ever. Smiling at the determined faces around me, I clapped my hands. All right then, let's get started. Our goal is to make it as big as Mint. Think you can do it? You, do it. That big? I'll give it a try. I'll try hard. The laughter and cheers of the group echoed across the snowy landscape as we set off on our snowy adventure. After all, with snow like this, it's only right to make the most of it. Chapter 43.4 Rolling, Stacking, and Having Fun. The snowball, which at first had been rolled like a thrown ball, gradually grew in size until it could only be pushed by hand as we wandered around the ranch. The more we wandered, the larger it became, until it finally reached the height of Mint herself. Is it done now? You worked hard. F-woo. Mint did it. Mint, full of joy and accomplishment, threw her whole body at me in a hug. Wow, that's amazing. We've lost. Next to her, the two dragon siblings looked at their snowball, which was about 2 sizes smaller than Mint's, and seemed disappointed. Apparently, at some point, it had turned into a competition. We tried hard too. It's 'cause Nei-chan isn't working hard enough, right? Is that it? I thought we should have taken our time rolling it more carefully. Gee-ness, you were too impatient. You both worked together to make it, so don't start arguing now. That would be a waste. As I calmed their bickering, I compared the two snowballs. Yep, they looked pretty good to me. Besides, it's actually better that the two are slightly different in size. Ha! What do you mean? Sway, I've got what you asked for. Behind Mint and the dragons, Karen returned. I had asked her to gather some materials. What's that? Sticks. Stones. Are those vegetables? The vegetables are carrots. Right. Sway, what's Karen going to use them for? Everyone looked puzzled, so I told them the plan. Now we're going to make a snowman. We'll combine the snowballs you made. Section. First, we firmly reinforced the surfaces of the two snowballs to prevent them from crumbling. Then, with careful balance, I lifted the snowball made by the two dragon siblings and placed it on top of the one Mint made. I used a tiny bit of magic to strengthen the structure, but just a bit, nothing too unfair, I figured. Next, we reinforced the joint with some extra snow. From the materials Karen had brought, I started with the small branches. Now, we'll stab these in here and here. I pressed the branches into the lower snowball at both ends, angling them upward. Arms. Sharp observation, Mint. So, what do you think will happen if we place these stones here? Eyes. They look eyes. And lastly, we'll use this carrot upside down, and once we draw the mouth. A nose. Pointy nose. Wow, it really looks like a person. Whoa. It's so cool. Mint, of course, had never done this kind of activity before, and it seemed the same was true for the dragon siblings. It made sense, dragons don't usually make human-shaped figures, after all. This is a snowman. Doesn't it look like a person? Ha ha ha. Face, arms. Snow became Mint's friend. Mint swayed her head, staring in fascination at the snowman, while the young dragons fluttered their wings and gazed at its face intently. Bark. Kyun. Oh, what's up, Chocola? Tired from all that running? Hearing the commotion, Chocola came over, panting but still full of energy. I gave his cheek a playful tug, and he responded with a big grin, his tongue hanging out. Pochi arrived shortly after, bringing the fairies along. Wow, what's this? It looks like a person's face. A snow statue. It's huge. A snowman. So that's what a snowman is. Hanaikada, You seem to know a lot about it. Ah, for some reason, I know. But why, I wonder? As they shared their impressions, it became clear that both Hanayakada and Drizzle had some knowledge of snowman. Maybe they had seen them a long time ago, and the memory had stayed with them, or perhaps it was feedback from Four Seasons-san and Color-san. Mint, how about making another one? This time, you can do it all on your own. If it's a bit smaller, it might be easier to make. Then we can place it next to this one. Fwoo, do it. Mint wants add arms, eyes, nose too. Hearing Mint's enthusiastic response, Mother poked her head out from the kamakura. Alright, let's go gather more branches together, shall we? Mine Orc and Gnes, can you make the snowball while we're gone? Yeah, I'd love to go gather stuff too, but it's dangerous outside the house. Dad told us we're not allowed to go out, and we've got to follow the rules. Yeah, if we break our promise, we won't get to come next time. The young dragons were so well behaved. You two are great. But this time, you'll each make one snowball on your own, so you'll have to work hard. The fairies chimed in too. Hey, is there anything we can help with? Sure. Could you guys find some stones for the snowman's eyes? There should be some good ones in the stone pile in the backyard. Got it. We'll pick the best ones for you. The fairies would need both hands to carry the snowman's eyes, as they were fairly large stones. But given their strength, they'd manage just fine. Bark. Bar. Oh, you want to pull the sled again, don't you? Bark. Be patient. Once the snowman's done, it'll be sledding time again. We've still got plenty of daylight left, after all. There was still a lot of time before sunset. I'll bring some fresh tea for Grandma. Ara, I'll join you. Viol and I have been the only ones enjoying it so far. I want some too. Alright, let's go together. Karen and Grandma headed inside as well. Sitting down on the snow, I watched the distant Pochi, peacefully grazing, and the dragon siblings rolling their snowballs bigger. Hey, Chocola. You having fun? Bark. I patted the harness strapped around his shoulders. With everyone else away, it was just the two of us for a moment. The harness was an item we often used back in Japan, and seeing it again brought up a wave of nostalgia. I wonder how Higuchi-san is doing. The elderly couple next door had always taken care of us. When Dad passed away, they helped in countless ways. I remembered hearing that they had lost their only child decades ago. Because of that, they treated me with extra kindness like I was their own. They were kind to Chocola, too. Whenever I asked them to look after her, they'd gladly do so, and they were quite experienced with it. Maybe they used to have a dog themselves. You never warmed up to them much, but you always listened, didn't you? I guess even back then, you trusted them in your own way. Kuun. There's no point in dwelling too much on the past in Japan. Still, I hope they're doing well, happy and healthy. We've got our own lives to live now. So let's enjoy it to the fullest. Bark. I pulled Chocola into a big hug, ruffling his fur from belly to back. He barked playfully and lunged at me. Oh, you want to go, huh? Bark. Bar. I'm back. Oh. Mint wants plop plop Chocola too. Bark. Bark bark. Mint, hand me that branch. I'll hold on to it for now. I caught sight of Mother and Mint returning, finished with their branch gathering. As snowflakes kicked up by Chocola's energetic play hit my face, I stood up, ready for more. Oh make. The elderly Higuchi couple who lived next door to Sway once lived with their family in another city. Their only son, who was in middle school at the time, went missing one day after school. They lost their son and, after many ups and downs, moved next to the Hateno family around the same time that Kazutaru and Sway descended from the mountains. Before their son went missing, they had a Siberian husky, which is why they were so good at taking care of Chocola. Over the decades, an odd thing happened. The couple and even the people around them began to believe that their son had passed away. This strange connection is something Sway may never become fully aware of. But even now, Higuchi-san remains the kind next-door neighbors of their family. Chapter 43.5. Come on, let's go home. The snowman Mint and the others made was just as much a masterpiece as the first one. A big snowman and a small snowman stood side by side, looking almost like parent and child, I thought to myself. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye, especially Mint, who was at full throttle, playing excitedly in front of the snowman, running in and out of the kamakura, and even tying the sled to Chocola to pull. Those of us playing with her, and even Mother and the others who were watching over us, couldn't help but smile at her boundless energy. Before long, the sun began to set. The day was coming to an end. With skies like this, it probably won't snow tonight. It's clear, and the temperature's high, Karen replied. As we looked up at the cloudless sky, painted with shades of crimson and blue, we spoke absent-mindedly. By tomorrow, the snow will probably be all mush. After playing for 2 days straight, the snow on the ranch was already mixed with dirt in many places. The remaining patches would soon turn into slushy ice. While we were talking, Mint came over to us and asked, "Snow, go away?" "Yeah, by tomorrow we probably won't be able to play like we did today. So much now, why? Snow is a kind of rain, you know. So it melts and turns into water. Even kamakura and snowman." Her innocent voice caught the attention of the fairies, the young dragons, and Mother and Grandma, all of whom fell silent and looked at Mint. Even so, I answered honestly, "Yes, the kamakura and snowman will probably melt and collapse by tomorrow or the day after." Mint looked sad for a brief moment, but then her face lit up, and she exclaimed, "Got great idea." "Ah, of course, idea. I knew she'd think of that. Hey Sway Magic, use it. Kamakura and snowman. Then we play forever and ever." Of course, that's exactly what she'd think. Sway-kun. "It's all right, Mother. I'll do it," I said, stopping her from taking on the task. "This is something I should handle, not Mother. After all, if anyone were to actually use magic to keep the snow, it would be me. And I'm the one who won't do it." I crouched down in front of Mint, meeting her gaze and gently patting her head. "That's a wonderful idea, Mint. If the snow never melted, we could play forever. You worked so hard to build the kamakura and snowman." "Yeah. But, Mint, let's finish our snow play today." It hurts." It was painful to see her smile fade. But this was something we had anticipated and talked about as a family. Last night, we knew Mint might say something like this. And we had decided what to do if she did. "Mint, if the snow stayed forever, what do you think would happen to the ranch? Do you think Pochi's food would still grow?" Mint's eyes widened as she realized. She was so smart. She understood right away. So different from how I was as a child. But, I use my magic. Pochi's food. Yes, even if the snow stayed, you could make the grass grow with your magic. You have that kind of power. We all do. But think about it." I continued to pat her head as I spoke. "This snow will melt and turn into water. That water will seep into the ground. But even when it seeps away, it doesn't disappear, you know? It becomes spring water, flows into rivers, or evaporates back into the sky. And in that way, it travels all over the world. You understand that, right, Mint? You know that, don't you?" As a bloodflower monster Alraun, Mint was a plant-type creature. So, by instinct, she understood the cycles of nature, the water cycle. This child, who delights in the rain, knows how important that water is, where it comes from, where it goes, and when it will return. But despite that instinct, her heart, her mind, and her memories, me, had fun. So much fun. I want fun stay forever. So, if snow doesn't disappear, then tomorrow, day after that, it'll still fun. Her longing held her back, allowing her to express her selfish wish. "Mint, since you were born, we've had the rainy season, summer, autumn, and now winter. The seasons have changed, but we've had fun in every season, haven't we?" Her eyes, filled with tears, gazed at me. I looked straight into those glistening eyes and said, "When the snow melts, it'll be sad, won't it? We worked so hard to build the kamakura. You gave your all to make the snowman. We ran so much with the sled. But when the snow melts, will the fun be gone forever? If the snow disappears, will we stop enjoying our days? That's not true, right?" I gently took her hand as I spoke, slowly and carefully. When this winter ends, spring will come, and the next season will begin. There will be many fun things to do in spring. And after we go through another rainy season, summer, and autumn, the next winter will come. When next year's winter arrives, the melted snow will return as snow once more. I placed my hand on her cheek as I reassured her. When playtime is over, we have to go home. So, we have to say goodbye. We say, it was fun. Thank you. And, see you again next year. Because if we don't, the next morning won't come. You understand that, right, Mint? Eventually, Mint pursed her lips tightly and, with tears streaming down her face, she nodded and smiled through them. Understood. Mint, patient. Say bye-bye to Snow. Then, tell Snow come back again. Yes. You're a good girl, Mint. You're such a good girl. Mint. When the snow falls again next year, let's make another snowman, okay? Mine Orc shyly comforted her from behind. I'll be bigger by next year too, so I won't lose. Next time, our snowball will be the body of the snowman. Jeaness encouraged her energetically. Don't cry, Mint. We'll come play with you again tomorrow. Hanaikada spoke up on behalf of the fairies. Kuan. Chocola snuggled up to Mint, licking her cheeks gently. The kamakura was so warm, wasn't it? Next year, you'll make one for us again, right? Grandma will be there too. Maybe next time, you can make some tea for me. Mother hugs the sobbing Mint and Grandma pats her head. Sway. Yeah. Karen came over and took my hand. She gently loosened my fingers, which had tensed up without me noticing. I know I always cheat with magic. It might seem contradictory, but it's true that I use my abilities to cheat in my daily life. My possessions and accessories don't break, and the crops in the fields last longer. I keep injuries and illnesses at bay, so part of me felt it was fine to leave behind at least the snowman, especially after seeing Mint's sad face. My heart wavered. However, even with the cheats I utilize, I have my limits. I don't want to live in a way that distorts the laws of nature just to prioritize convenience, fun, or immediate gratification. More than anything, I don't want Mint to grow up thinking she can have everything just the way she wants and that it's simply how life is. I want her to be someone who can face the absurdities and hardships of the world, who can come to terms with things that don't go well and things that are unpleasant. When Mint grows up and becomes an adult, and someday, when we are no longer around, I want to pass away knowing she's made us proud. I want to tell Father, whom I'll reunite with up there, that Mint was our pride and joy. A shadow of a dragon passes through the sunset sky. The silver scales belong to Mine R, who has come to pick up the young dragons. When her friends who stayed overnight return home, Mint will surely feel lonely. But if she waves goodbye and thinks, "See you next time," instead of feeling sad, if she can go to sleep with excitement about when they'll meet again, she'll be okay. Mint understands perfectly. After all, she's the child of all of us. Section. Mina greeted us as the young dragons climbed onto her back. The fairies fluttered away, returning to Na Nog. The snowman and the kamakura looked a little lonely, their white softly tinged with red. Mint, with a tear-streaked face, waved her tiny hand vigorously. I had so much fun. It was really, really fun, so, bye-bye. Come back again. Definitely come back. She's all right. Even though today is ending, tomorrow will be right here again. Chapter 44, Holding Hands in the Cold Weather. Chapter 44.1, The Red Stuff I Found in the City. Since then, the snow had quickly melted. Not only in the fields around our home, where the last of the snowplay had taken place, but also outside, where it had piled over a meter high within 2 or 3 days. The sunlit areas had already started to show the ground beneath. It was partly due to the high temperature, but I couldn't help wondering if the thick magic power in the void forest played some role. I recalled how the water drainage had been unusually good after the rainy season as well. In any case, the ground turned slushy, the kamakura grew soggy, and the snowmen began losing their shapes. Mint stayed by them until the very end. Holding back her tears, looking lonely, she still visited the ranch several times a day, pursing her lips tightly. When rain fell on the third night, The memories were washed away entirely. Yet, Mint no longer seemed sad or heartbroken. After quietly closing her eyes and gazing at the sky after the rain cleared, she turned to us with a smile. Section. A week passed since that snowy day, and by the time the new year was 10 days old, we found ourselves heading to the town of Sidera for the first time in a while. The group was somewhat unusual, just me, Chocola, and Mint. Sway. Fewer people. Last time? Probably because it's winter. The market isn't that lively either. The reason for coming to town was a small errand with Novium-san, which we quickly finished. On the way back, we decided to stop by the market, but, predictably, in the heart of winter, the stalls and the foot traffic were sparse. We didn't get to see Bird-san and the others either. I had hoped to at least say hello, but our timing was off. The adventurers were out on a winter survey in the forest and wouldn't be back for a few more days. I had been under the impression that winter had fewer jobs, but it seemed we had stumbled upon one of the rare busy periods. Moreover, both Lila-san and Tomo-san were working, so the only person we ended up meeting was Novium-san. Well, can't be helped. There are days like this. Kuan. But, people, few, can see far away, true. Last time Mint was here, it was crowded with people. The main street was quiet, so there was no need to worry about Mint getting lost, and Chocola's steps were light. In fact, he seemed to be having fun, walking along cheerfully with Mint riding on his back. Oh, hey, it's been a while, Nishan. Hello. One of the familiar vegetable vendors spotted me and called out. Not much tomatoes this season. Can we drop that already? I've admitted it was weird. He was the same vendor I had startled by eating a raw tomato from his stand on our first meeting. I mean, come on, back in Japan, it was totally normal to eat tomatoes raw. It's not like I could have known otherwise. At first, I thought he was a rather grumpy guy, but after seeing each other a few more times, he became quite friendly. By the way, is that dog of yours okay? Carrying such a big kid on its back. The vendor widened his eyes at Mint riding on Chocola. Well, yeah. Dogs aren't exactly the kind of animals meant to carry people on their backs. My Chocola is strong, so he's fine. Bark. Hello. I'm Mint. Mint, sitting on top of Chocola, bowed her head cheerfully, and the old man's expression softened. Oh, so your name's Mint, huh? Nice to meet ya. I think I've seen you before. Weren't you buying candy? Impressive memory. Considering this is the first time you're speaking to her, you must have just seen us in passing. Raising an eyebrow, the old man chuckled. It's part of the trade, kid. But, bad luck, little miss. The candy seller isn't around this time of year. Candy, none. But, lots of veggies. Well, even in winter there are some vegetables that can be harvested. Do you like vegetables? Well now, that's admirable for someone so little. She sure eats plenty of them. Makes sense, though, since she's an Alron. Well, since the little miss likes them, how about you buy something? Using kids as leverage for sales? That's not very ethical, is it? Though, I was planning to buy something anyway. Laughing along with the old man's wittiness, I started browsing through the selection of vegetables on display. The assortment was very winter-like. Leafy greens like Napa cabbage and komatsuna, root vegetables like turnips, and various types of mushrooms. Even though these weren't exactly the same as the vegetables on Earth, I'd been categorizing them mentally as close enough. For the most part, their taste and cooking methods weren't drastically different either. The turnips, for example, came in all sorts of varieties and colors. The old man explained this one is sweet, this one has a nice aroma when boiled, and this one is spicy raw but turned sweet when roasted. You know so much about exotic vegetables, yet you're still learning about the regular ones. I'm doing my best to catch up. Oh, wait, that's it. My eyes widened as I spotted something among the hanging garlic and ginger. I moved closer to inspect it, and there was no mistake. They looked like small, thin carrots, bright red and bundled together, dried. Chili peppers. I can't believe they have them here. I rushed over and asked the old man excitedly. Shopkeeper, are they common around here? You really do have an eye for rare stuff, don't you? I haven't seen them before. Not even shishito peppers or anything like that. The old man had just mentioned rare vegetables. So at least in Sidera, they weren't widely available. Hey, don't go eating those raw. They're so spicy they'll knock you out. Ah, so they are spicy. No doubt, these are red peppers. Really, kid, you're something else. Little miss, you're in for a tough time with this one, aren't you? Mint, fine spicy things, though? Oh, well, good for you, then. I asked the old man, who seemed to be slightly taken back, a series of questions without care. Did you just happen to get these now, or have they been around for a while? It's a one-time thing. If I remember right, this is a spice they grow in the Beastkin territory. Figured it might sell with some of them, so I bought it up. Didn't expect you to be the one jumping on it, though. So, Parker-san might know about it too. Chocola, this is a spice from your homeland. Not that you can eat it. Bark. Of course, Parker-san isn't the only Beastkin in this town, so there's probably some demand for it. I'd like to give it a try. Could I take half? I trust your judgment now. Those tiny tomatoes. They're a big hit now. I don't know if I can introduce a recipe that'll spread through the city, but I'll share it with my Beastkin friends. If it goes well, you might have a steady stream of customers. After receiving the chili peppers from the grinning old man, I was practically bouncing with excitement over the unexpected find. I absent-mindedly patted Mint's head, who squirmed as if tickled. Then she grabbed my hand and asked curiously, "Sway, look so happy. What you do with red stuff?" Chili peppers are spices. There's a lot you can do with them, but mainly, they add a bit of heat to dishes and bring out different flavors. That spicy kick gives food an extra edge. You could sprinkle them into soups, stews, or stir-fries. They'd even work in miso soup. I'd been thinking about adding some more variety to my cooking lately, so this came at just the right time. Besides, I was just thinking about how much I wanted this for a dish I'm working on. Having it will make all the difference. Turnips, napa cabbage, and even cucumbers when they're in season, they'll all benefit from a little heat. Back in Japan, I used to use chili peppers all the time when cooking. Not being able to find them here had been a disappointment I'd come to accept, but now I'd stumbled upon them. This was what you'd call a stroke of luck. I'm thinking of adding them to pickles. Let's go home and try it out right away. If things go well, maybe I could even make kimchi. And if I could secure a steady supply of chili peppers, my cooking repertoire would expand dramatically. Feeling excited, I waved goodbye to the old man and made my way out of the marketplace. Chapter 44.2 A Kick of Flavor. One thing I've come to realize after returning to this world is that food has seasons, a fact that's especially clear with fruits and vegetables. On Earth, agriculture is highly advanced. Greenhouses, selective breeding, and advanced preservation and transportation methods ensure that most produce is available year-round in supermarkets. Sure, out-of-season produce might not taste as great, and locally grown, delicate fruits are exceptions. But for the most part, we have near-limitless food options, regardless of the time of year. In this world, however, things are different. Summer vegetables can't be harvested in winter, and with no advanced preservation techniques, you simply can't eat them out of season. The result? Your menu options dwindle, and meals become repetitive. I'm no professional chef, my cooking skills are average at best, enough to get by with home-cooked meals. But I often find myself thinking, if only I could use eggplant right now. But it's out of season. There's no getting around it, though. Living in this world means adapting to these limitations. So, I've focused on how to make the most of what I have. I experiment with cooking methods, seasonings, and side dishes to keep things interesting and enjoyable for everyone. That's where the chili peppers I managed to get my hands on come in. It might just be a type of spice, but chili peppers, like black pepper, are incredibly versatile. They can enhance almost any dish, expanding the range of flavors I can work with. In particular, introducing a chili flavor adds new possibilities to our meals. After bringing them home, I immediately started testing their flavor and experimenting with dishes. Section. So, here we have napa cabbage pickled with chili peppers and sesame tofu with chili. Ooh. That evening's dinner became a taste test for the family, part experiment, part evaluation. The chili pepper I used had a moderate heat level, noticeably spicy, but not overwhelmingly so, with a lingering umami that made it incredibly versatile. Ideally, I'd have asked Parker-san how they used chili in the Beastkin territory, but it's hard to get detailed information through short crystal transmissions. So, I decided to stick with a Japanese-style approach this time. I had started pickling the Napa cabbage as soon as I got home. Napa cabbage, salt, chopped kelp, and chili were mixed together, placed in a tub, and pressed with a weight for 5 hours, just long enough for a good quick pickle. As for the sesame tofu, I had blended chili powder into the mixture as I made it. I topped it with a sauce made from soy sauce, sugar, and a thickener, making a savory glaze. We also had grilled fish as the main course, but I was more interested in how the pickles and sesame tofu, and especially the chili, would be received. So, I watched closely as everyone began to eat, holding my breath. This isn't a salad, is it? It's pickled. Like that sour cabbage we had before. It's a side dish, then. It goes well with rice. Tasty. Normal reaction. Wafu? Chomp. Well, that's a normal response, I thought, glancing down at Chocola, who was eagerly devouring his boiled meat at my feet. He paused only briefly to give me a questioning look before returning to his meal. I guess I was hoping for something a bit more dramatic. The cabbage and the sesame tofu have a slight kick to them, and there's a unique aroma. Is it that red ring? The one Sway bought? Yes, the spiciness and aroma really sharpen the flavors. Sesame tofu, delicious. I couldn't help but feel a little pleased that they were focusing on the chili peppers. But, well, I get it. It's just a spice, after all. It doesn't exactly steal the spotlight. Chomp chomp chomp. Meanwhile, Chocola, who had been happily munching on his boiled meat, was now ignoring me altogether. Rude. But then, actually, there's something about this. I understand what you're trying to say, Vile-sama. Indeed. More. Oh, was the tide turning? Mint, do you want more pickles or sesame tofu? Sesame tofu, there? Of course, there's plenty. As I got up to fetch more, I noticed the rest of the family looking my way. Then, they all spoke up. Suikuen, can I have another bowl of rice? I'd like some too, just to eat with the pickles. Ara, in that case, may I also have some? Yes. I mentally pumped my fist in triumph. The grilled fish had already disappeared from their plates, and now they were clearly captivated by the pickles, just as Karen had said. I totally understood Napa cabbage pickles were champions of side dishes, perfect for endless refills of rice. And the chili peppers. They were the magic that amplified that craving. I've never had anything like this before. I thought it was just a side dish. Once you start eating, you can't stop. And it really makes you want more rice. Sway, the cuisine from your country is quite remarkable. Mint, you should have the rest of my sesame tofu. We can share it. Really. Vile-sama, I'll brew some tea. I think Japanese tea would be perfect for this. Green tea, right? Let me help. As I prepped some instant rice in hot water, I could hear them chatting in the living room. Karen and Grandma approached, so I handed them a pack of green tea from the cupboard. Kuwan. Oh, you still want more? Bark. With a playful nudge, I patted Chocola's head and smiled. Karen, could you give Chocola some more dog food? Just half, though. It's a second helping. Section. I scooped some piping hot rice into my bowl, then topped it with pickled Napa cabbage. Wrapping the rice in the crunchy cabbage, I took a bite. The crisp texture gave way to the subtle saltiness and umami of the kelp, followed by the cabbage's natural sweetness. And just as the flavor settled, the aroma and slight heat from the chili pepper kicked in, sharpening the taste and making me want another bite. Looking around the table, I felt a sense of satisfaction. My family, smiling and happily devouring their meals, was the best reward I could ask for. Another comforting family recipe had been brought to life, and with it, another cherished moment. Chapter 44.3. I mixed it up in Voila. The rave reviews for my homemade pickled Napa cabbage were a delightful surprise. The fact that the practice of eating rice with pickles had taken root in our home was a victory. So, I decided to go all out. I wanted to show them how delicious it could be when fermented properly. I also pickled turnips and radishes, and even made salted nozawana greens. The turnips were done in vinegar, the radishes became takwan, and the nozawana was simply salted. It ended up being quite a variety, but having one of these on the table is always handy. They make great snacks or even appetizers. While the addition of chili peppers became a key ingredient, I had a feeling that the non-spicy versions, like chili-free takwan or nozawana, would also go over well. Now, speaking of chili peppers, of course, I didn't buy them just for pickling. It's gotta be dubanjiang. Bark! I muttered, hanging radishes from the eaves. Chocola, who had been sniffing around the pillars of the porch, perked up and looked at me. With dubanjiang, the range of dishes expands so much. Mapo tofu, mapo eggplant, shrimp in chili sauce. Bark! It might be more accurate to say it opens up a whole new genre rather than simply expanding the repertoire. Dubanjiang is incredibly versatile, great as a main ingredient or as a hidden flavor in countless dishes. But it's not just chili peppers. We need broad beans, too. Kuan. There's a variety of broad beans similar to what we had in Japan, but just like back home, they're only harvested in spring. So there's no getting them right now. Technically, you could use soybeans, but we already have miso as a soybean-based fermented condiment. And dubanjiang is kind of like a cousin of miso, so I wanted to keep them distinct by sticking with broad beans. Not that I have enough chili peppers to make a proper batch anyway. Wait, where's Chocola? Bark. I turned to look where Chocola had been, only to find he had already wandered off. He had left me to my radish drying and was now happily wandering the garden, chasing his own tail in circles. Guess you weren't really listening after all. Bark. He trotted off toward the garden, heading in the direction of the pasture where Pochi was. Well, that's a problem. Now I've got no one to talk to. Then I'll listen. You scared me. Out of nowhere, Karen's voice appeared from behind me. I thought you were upstairs. I just came down. I didn't hear your footsteps at all. Karen sat down beside me on the porch, glancing at the radishes hanging overhead. Sway, you're always drying something. It's interesting. Do I really dry that many things? Fish and tofu too. Oh, you mean the overnight dried fish and freeze-dried tofu. Among the fish we get from the Dragon Village, there's one that resembles hoki. Drying it overnight brings out its flavor. As for freeze-dried tofu, well, that's self-explanatory. Drying things enhances their flavor. You sure know your stuff. Foo, I learned it from dried mushrooms. Karen puffed up her chest with a smug smile. Well, it made sense. We've been living together for a while now, and Karen's the one who sees me doing these things up close the most. Not everything, though. The chili peppers I bought yesterday are being dried for preservation, not for flavor. Like peppercorns. Exactly. You use spices in small amounts over a long time. Our conversation was light, but Karen always listened intently to whatever I said. It was comforting, and I appreciated it. Alright, that's the last one. I guess the takwan won't be done in time before Grandma goes back. Grandma Saralind had to return to Sidera around mid-month. She had research work piling up and supplies in the warehouse to manage. With over 10 days already gone since the new year, that left about 4 or 5 more days. Mint's probably going to be sad when she leaves, though she likely won't throw a fit. But feelings and rationality are two different things. Should we cook something special? I was thinking of something unusual rather than fancy. Before she leaves, I wanted to make at least one more memorable dish for her. But winter doesn't offer much variety in ingredients, and we haven't caught anything special lately. I thought about making something she's never had before, but since Grandma arrived around mid-last month, it's been nearly a month. I've already run through most of my repertoire, and yesterday's pickles felt like the finale. What about something new with those red chilies? Kimchi comes to mind, but that's too similar to the pickled Napa cabbage. Plus, it's spicy. The heat from chili peppers is both their strength and their weakness. Unlike pepper or other spices, chili's spiciness has a unique quality. That lingering burn and almost painful sensation could easily overwhelm a dish if not balanced well. Grandma seemed pretty okay with spicy food. She liked that other spicy seasoning. Really? Still, I'm not sure about serving something too spicy for her last meal here. If I were to use chili peppers, I'd need to come up with something quick and unique. Maybe kimchi stir-fried with pork would work. The meat from the deeper forest still tastes amazing, even after freezing. But I'd want to use some vegetables from our garden too. Meat, veggies, and chili peppers, something spicy but also balanced. Ah. What is it, Sway? I turned away from the porch and started walking toward the kitchen. Karen's puzzled gaze followed me as I opened the pantry and pulled out 3 bottles from the back shelf. What's that? Something I'd been working on. I returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa, placing the bottles on the table in front of me. Karen sat beside me, looking intrigued. Her curiosity was written all over her face. I almost had it last time, but something was missing, you know? I could feel it was close, like one more thing would make it perfect. But I didn't know what, and I couldn't get any new spices either. I spread some parchment paper on the table and opened the bottles, carefully pouring small amounts of their contents. The scent that immediately filled the room was potent enough to make most people cough, though for me, it was a nostalgic aroma. Is this a spice blend? Did you mix a bunch of things together? What do you think of this smell? It seems familiar. Oh, I remember. It's like the smell from that fried chicken we had before. Ah, right. I used it for the fried chicken. From the start, I wasn't trying to make anything too fancy. I wanted to keep it simple and familiar. Still, something was missing back then, something crucial. But now, I knew exactly what it was. It was spiciness. The sharp, lingering kick that would tie everything together. And when it comes to heat, well, that's right. Cumin and coriander give it the aroma. Turmeric makes it yellow. But even with pepper, garlic, ginger, and cinnamon, the final touch has to be this. I picked up the chili pepper. In spice form, it's often called chili powder or cayenne pepper. I mixed a bit of the chili powder into the existing blend on the parchment paper, tasting a small sample on my finger. Yeah, this is it. This is definitely going to work. I was sure of it. So, what kind of dish would you use that spice for? It's not just for sprinkling on top of something. I replied with a grin, undoubtedly looking rather smug. This is for a dish called curry. You use it to simmer ingredients, and then you pour it over rice. It's one of Japan's most beloved home-cooked meals, and Father used to love it too. Chapter 44.4. With apples and honey, the night wanes. Over the course of 3 days, I adjusted the spice blend bit by bit. After several trial runs and taste tests, I was finally satisfied. To be honest, the thing I was most cautious about was the smell. The rich aroma of curry has a way of spreading through the house like wildfire, almost like an influencer's viral post. It would spoil the surprise if the family caught wind of it too early. So, I worked in secret during the dead of night while everyone was asleep or when they were out during the day, with Karen as my accomplice. And finally, on the last day, Grandma's last night before she would return to Sidera, we were ready. Section. Whoa, smell. What? That. What? Spices. But there's a bit of sweetness in the air too. It's such a rich, inviting aroma. Mint was the first to react, followed quickly by Grandma and Mother. The scent of the curry filled the living room, drawing everyone's attention. Sorry, you two will have to stick with your usual tonight. Bark. Kyuru. We had opened the sliding window to let Pochi join us, so it really was a dinner with the whole family. Unfortunately, because the curry was filled with spices, I couldn't let Pochi or Chocola have any. But they didn't seem to mind much. Their attention focused instead on their own bowls of dog food and salad. The curry itself was chicken-based chunks of thigh meat from a tri-hand bird. As for the vegetables, I kept it simple: carrots, onions, and round yam. Considering none of them were familiar with curry, I toned down the spiciness as much as possible. The secret to its mildness? Apples and honey, Grated apple and honey blended in, transforming the curry into something sweet and mild, making it easier for Mint to enjoy and for another reason close to my heart. Grandma's leaving for Sidera tomorrow, so I wanted to make a dish she'd remember. This is called curry, a Japanese dish. Technically, it originated in India, but the sweet, mild version that you eat over short grain rice, that's something uniquely Japanese at this point. It's like a stew packed with spices, poured over rice. That's right. There are many ways to eat it, but this is the most familiar to Japanese households. Grandma, I helped a lot too. How wonderful, Karen. You look delicious. Sway, eat already. While Grandma and Karen were still fussing and Mother looking silently on her plate, Mint couldn't wait any longer. And with her insistence, we began eating. Itadakimasu. I scooped a spoonful of rice and curry together, bringing it to my mouth. As I tasted it, I closed my eyes for a moment. Yeah. The aroma and flavors spread through my mouth, warming me from the inside. Sure, the ingredients were different, and I didn't have any store-bought curry roux to fall back on, but it was close enough to evoke memories. Grandma took her first bite and her eyes widened. It's my first time tasting something like this. It's spicy, yet so gentle. Absolutely wonderful. Mew, hum. Mint, meanwhile, was too busy shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth to speak, her feet kicking in delight under the table. This is way better than when I helped taste Tess. Is that because I helped? Karen said with a satisfied smile, her spoon flying from plate to mouth. Swaikuen. Then, there was Mother. It's really delicious. I bet there are many ways to eat this, aren't there? Yeah, you can pair it with flatbread instead of rice, and you can adjust the spices too. I could have made it spicier, but... Did you tone down the spiciness on purpose? Yeah. I added apple and honey as secret ingredients, so it's much milder than a typical curry. Hearing this, Mother gave me a nostalgic smile, one that was playful yet warm at the same time. And then, she said it. Smiling softly, with such tenderness in her voice. Your father loved this, didn't he? What? How do you know that? Had Fata mentioned curry in this world? Before I could even finish the thought, Mother shook her head as if to dismiss the notion, still gazing at the curry, then she looked up at me. I just know, Sway. We were husband and wife, after all. I'd recognize a flavor he'd love. And besides, I'm your mother, I know what you were thinking when you made this. Mother, you made this for Mint, too, right? With the apples and honey, it's got such a gentle sweetness. What I'd been aiming for was the taste of Vermont curry, the kind with apples and honey, mild and comforting. Yeah, Mother, you're right. Father loved this curry. I used to tease him for having the taste buds of a child, but he'd always say, this is the best. I never asked, but maybe it reminded him of the meals his mother used to make for him when he was a kid. Mother took another bite of curry, savoring it quietly, and let out a soft, contented breath. It's delicious. It feels like a true family meal more than ever before. Maybe it's because we're all eating the same thing, or maybe it's because this scent fills the whole house. Thank you, Sway. Just then, Grandma, who had been silent, spoke softly beside her. When you reach my age, past 70, there are many regrets in life. So many what-ifs and if-onlys cross your mind. I'm sure you both know what I mean, given all you've been through at such a young age. You both, she said. But the hardships Grandma had faced were far greater than ours. She had lost a child early, was widowed later, and even lost the rest of her family, except for Mother. There was a time when she was estranged from her too. Her path had been much more difficult than ours could ever compare to. Yet, Grandma smiled. She took another bite of curry, savoring it with a soft laugh before speaking again. Even so, being here like this eating this meal, I feel so fortunate. To sit around this table with you, enjoying a dish Kazutaru loved, made with flavors from another world. I think this happiness is something only I, having lived through it all, can truly appreciate. Grandma. Crying? No, dear. I'm not crying. I'm just happy. She patted Mint on the head as she nodded with a gentle smile. Thank you, Sway, Karen, for making such a wonderful meal on my last night here. I've truly enjoyed the month I've spent with you all. Grandma, goodbye, but come back, okay? You must visit, play again, must you, okay? Of course, Mint. Besides, the work I have to do in Sidera is to help you and your family, after all. Even if we live far apart, I'll always be thinking of you. And most of all, Grandma's hand, holding her spoon, moved with the grace of someone much younger than her years. She ate with the appetite of a young girl, full of life and energy. Oh, this is so delicious. I may not be as young as you all, but remember, I'm still a witch. I plan to live another 50 years at least, so I'll be visiting you many more times. And when I do, promise me you'll make curry again. Karen and I exchanged wide-eyed glances. Then we looked at Mint, snuggled close to Grandma, followed by Mother, who was looking on with a slight sigh, though satisfied. Even Chocola let out a cheerful bark, and Pochi grazed peacefully outside the window. After sharing a look with everyone, I turned back to Grandma. Of course, Grandma. Just look forward to it. And it won't just be curry, we'll make miso soup, pickles, tofu. The Hateno household has a lot to offer. Several plates were already empty. Anyone want seconds? We made plenty, so don't hesitate to ask. Chapter 44.5. Her bangs glowed. The late night gave way to dawn, and with the rising sun came the day of departure. Thus, the month-long visit of Grandma Seralind had come to an end. Yet, there was no sense of sorrow among the family, not even Mint seemed upset. We had all already said our goodbyes the night before, and more importantly, Sidera didn't feel as distant to us as the physical miles suggested. Everyone, including Pochi, had gathered in the yard to see Grandma off. She stepped out the front door and gave us a graceful bow. Thank you for having me for so long. Please come again. I know I'm being selfish, burdening you with tasks in Sidera. Oh no, it's the thought of helping your family that makes the work so fulfilling. Besides, taking a long break like this is a refreshing change. It's embarrassing to admit, but it's only now, at my age, that I've learned the importance of rest. I had been working far too much. As Mother and Grandma chatted, a shadow passed over us. G-Liz had arrived. I glanced up at the dragon, waving my arms broadly to signal it to land at the ranch. Because, before Grandma left, we still had one more event to go through. Dragon Dono has arrived. Shall we head over? Wait a moment, Grandma. As she looks at G-Liz landing at the back of our house, I stopped her from going there. Is something wrong, Sway? Not me, but... I looked behind me, toward Mint, who was still clinging to Chocola and hiding in Mother's shadow. Mother crouched down, placing her hands gently on Mint's small shoulders. Chocola nudged her, urging him forward. Come on, Mint. Bark. Bar. Okay. Shuffling her feet, Mint hesitated for a moment before steeling herself. She pressed her lips together in determination, then adorably walked up to Grandma, her arms hidden behind her back. Stopping in front of her, she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Grandma. Mint played with Grandma lots. Play Anne. Anne. I got Grandma's magic power. At those words, Grandma's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my. How remarkable. She probably hadn't realized it herself. We only noticed after Mint mentioned it, when we carefully examined her magic power. Over the past month, Mint had spent so much time with Grandma, bonding with her. Whether it was intentional or not, during that time, they had shared their magic power. Mint's body had absorbed and imprinted Grandma's magic power into her own. So, when I born, Mint didn't get Grandma's power. Now, got Grandma's power, we not stranger. Mint's Grandma's little girl too. Just like she has my magic power, Karen's magic power, Mother's magic power. Just like she has Pochi, Chocola, and even Dad's magic power has flowed through her too. Grandma's eyes glistened with emotion as she silently knelt down to Mint's level, meeting his gaze. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, and she softly stroked his head with her graceful fingers. Anne. More. Mint continued. I have family symbol. Made it with Sway for Grandma, present. With that, Mint brought her hands forward, revealing what she had been hiding behind her back. It was a hair clip. The base was crafted from thin silver, with a spring mechanism that made it easy to clip onto hair. At the end of the pin, 2 gemstones were set side by side, a blue-violet tanzanite and a golden-yellow topaz. "This is family," Mint declared, grinning as she shook the pendant hanging around her neck. "Mother, Sway, Karen, Shokola, Pochi, Mint all have one. Mother, Sway, and Karen got theirs from father. Mint, Pochi got ours from Sway, in father's place. So, Mint helped make grandma's. The hair clip had been ordered from Novium-san some time ago. We used only the finest materials and infused it with magic power. While mother and the others helped, the ones who worked hardest on it were Mint and me. You're giving this to me. Mint, go ahead and put it on grandma. You." With small, clumsy hands, Mint reached for grandma's bangs, trying to clip the hairpin in place. Mother chuckled softly as she helped him adjust it from behind. Karen handed grandma a small mirror. "Grandma, beautiful, how?" Mint asked, a little nervously. For a moment, grandma didn't respond. She carefully returned the mirror to Karen, then stretched out her arms. She lifted Mint into a hug, holding her tightly. "Thank you, Mint. Grandma is so happy. Truly. Thank you for calling me family. Thank you for taking my magic power, and thank you for making me your grandma. I'm so grateful. You. Grandma family of Mint and everyone." Mint's voice trembled with emotion. Grandma's face, turned downward, was hidden from us, but her cheeks glowed red under the cold winter sky. The hair clip has the attribute of indestructible and several other enchantments. It works as a magic aid, but more than that. I wanted you to have something like ours. No matter how far apart we live, you're part of the Hateno family now. No longer just the heiress to the now-defunct Marquis Mukare family. No longer the widow of royalty, caught in political webs. No longer someone left alone after losing her husband and son. She was now Vile Mukare Hatano's aunt, our grandaunt, and Mint's grandmother. That was who I hoped Grandma Seralind would be from now on. As she gently put Mint back down, Grandma looked around at each of us. "Sway, Karen, Viol. Yes yeah. Chocola, Pochi, and Mint. Bark, Kururu. You." Finally, her gaze settled on the gravestone at the edge of the yard. "An. Kazutaru. Thank you for everything. I'll visit again soon. But when you come to Sidera, make sure you stop by and see me." Her expression was serene and bright, with the hairpin glinting in the sunlight. Standing there in our yard, she looked completely at home. Section. From the ranch, G-Liz soared into the sky. On its back sat Grandma and Mother, who was accompanying her for the journey. As they waved to the shrinking figure, Mint beamed, waving enthusiastically in return. Karen and I exchanged glances, sharing a warm smile. "Shall we take Chocola for a walk?" "Want to come, Mint?" "Yes." With Grandma's departure, the festive New Year mood was coming to an end. Bracing against the cold winter breeze, I clipped the leash onto Chocola's collar, ready for the walk ahead. Chapter 44. Interlude, A Quiet New Year. Fire for iron, porridge for a cold. Awoken in the middle of the night, feeling a bit better, I quietly snuck into the kitchen. But the noise I made gave me away immediately. "What are you doing up? I told you to stay in bed." "I'm hungry." "Well, you could have woken me, you fool." My wife, Sprudia, lit the magic lamp in the kitchen and sighed again, shaking her head in resignation. I, Novium, scowled through my beard and muttered, "Fine." It had been 2 days since I caught a cold. It happened the day after I delivered the hair ornament that Sway Hateno had ordered. It was unusual for me. I've always been sturdy, rarely ever sick. I can't even remember the last time I felt unwell. Perhaps I was a bit worn out. Probably exhaustion. Sprudia said, almost as if she'd read my thoughts. She turned her back, lighting the stove as she spoke gruffly. "Ever since you got that iron title, you've been running around non-stop. You've even been helping younger folks, something you'd usually never do. It's no wonder you've worked yourself into a fever." I sat down at the kitchen table and allowed myself a faint smile. She wasn't wrong. It wasn't as if I hadn't helped out the younger craftsmen before. In Sidera, I'm one of the older blacksmiths, and my skills are far above average. My stubbornness, inherited from my master, made me terrible at small talk and networking, so I wasn't well known outside the guild. But many young craftsmen admired me, and whenever they came seeking guidance, I couldn't help but mentor them. But with the title of Iron, the highest honor a blacksmith could receive, came new responsibilities, especially since I'd also been commissioned to craft the observation equipment for the Void Forest. The title demanded I take on a supervisory role, and the extra mental strain had clearly worn me down. Then again, thinking about it, the bigger headache came from family troubles. They got married so suddenly, and then Sway asked me for more fancy trinkets, rings, hair ornaments, one intricate job after another. That's what really tired me out. Sprudia didn't reply to my grumbling. Only the gentle bubbling of the pot on the stove filled the night air in the kitchen. Here, it's ready. After a while, she placed a steaming bowl of milk porridge on the table. The milk of the striped mountain goat had a natural, cinnamon-like fragrance, which became even more aromatic when heated. I must have been more drained than I realized, as the rich taste spread from my tongue down to my throat, warming me from the inside out. There's more than just milk in this, isn't there? Is your palate sharper without the booze dulling it? Sprudia shrugged, pointing over her shoulder at a bottle sitting on the counter. That's the stuff everyone's talking about. It's finally making its way to homes like ours. Still a bit pricey, but it's worth it. Ah, consomme. It was a new specialty product brought to Sidera by none other than my friend, Sway Hateno. This porridge tastes like meat. It's filling me with strength. If you'd eaten this while you were bedridden yesterday, I would have sweetened it instead. But you're almost back on your feet, so I figured you needed something more hearty. Hearing from Bird and others, it seems that thanks to the production of this consomme, the town has become quite lively. Not only adventurers but also the town's farms and ranches have been bustling with orders and deliveries, to the point where winter stores have become somewhat precarious. That said, meat, vegetables, and spices, which serve as the raw materials, can't just be increased in supply because they're needed. Right now, much of the town still relies on imports from other cities. The town's economy will likely see a real upturn, and this consomme will become widely available at affordable prices for households by the time spring arrives. As Novium chewed on his porridge, he muttered, "How long has it been since we set up shop here? Where'd that come from all of a sudden?" Sprudia raised an eyebrow, thinking, "You had that run-in with that noble in the royal capital the year after Grandpa died, so 9 years, I reckon. At first, I thought we were in for quite the fall from grace. What are you saying? You were even angrier than I was at that noble." Well, how could I not be, when he spoke about Grandpa's sword like that? Still, this town's a good one. So, what's on your mind? 9 years, huh? Met some interesting folks. It's the front line, after all, and the standards for weapons here are high. I'm glad we came. But even after these 9 years, nothing's really changed. The flames stayed the same. I scooped the last bit of porridge into my mouth. Delicious. Ah, so that's what this is about. Sprudia nodded, understanding. Novium let out a breath and said, "That one's like a bellows," and chuckled. I still remember the first time he came into the shop. He had Master's sword with him, and I had a look at it. I told him the sword's history. Most people would have been thrilled, finding out that their father's keepsake was such a fine piece. They'd be proud, grateful. But he wasn't. He just grew quiet, saying it didn't belong to him. It was my master's and his father's. Novium still remembered that day vividly, and then he asked me to forge him a blade, to do for him what Master had done. "Could you make me a set of kitchen knives?" That one didn't just ignite this town. He rekindled my fire too. Novium could still feel that thrill, bubbling up from deep inside. The man likely didn't even notice. Even now, he wouldn't know that the food he brought to town had given strength to a man weakened by a cold. But that's exactly why. A blacksmith can't call himself one unless he strikes iron on the flame that the bellows have stoked. I'm going back to bed. Can't afford to be sick forever. Sorry for making you cook in the middle of the night. Novium stood, turned, and left the kitchen to return to bed. Sui and the Hateno family often drop by Sidera unexpectedly. Who knows when they'll come next? He couldn't afford to be bent over, coughing with a fever when that time came. Section. The door closed with a soft thud. Left behind were an empty bowl scraped clean of every last grain and the spoon resting inside. Watching this, Sprudia sighed deeply but smiled as she muttered to herself. It's absolutely appalling. He tells the same story when he's drunk, and even now with a fever. Chapter 44, Interlude 2, Warmth Spreading. Parker was in high spirits. The reason? A spice from her homeland, familiar and cherished, had finally been imported into Sidera. The spice, a slender red pod, was called koshu. Strangely enough, it shared the same name as the widely used pepper in the kingdom, which probably explained why it hadn't caught on here yet. It was Sui Hateno who discovered it. Her friend, who lived in the forest, had spent his boyhood in another world and possessed a unique trove of knowledge. Apparently, a plant similar to koshu had thrived in a place called Nihon, and Sui had found it in the market, letting her know. Still, Parker had to admit she was puzzled at first by Sui's communication through the crystal. He had referred to the spice as tugarashi, an exotic and unfamiliar word to her. When the message tugarashi in market arrived, she had even wondered if he had sent it to the wrong person. After some confusion, however, Sui had kindly reserved a supply for her at a local shop, allowing Parker to acquire it without any issues. She also made sure to ask the shopkeeper to stock it regularly, knowing both Sui and her fellow beastkins would likely want more. It might be a bit expensive, but the taste of home in the kingdom was worth every coin. And so, filled with excitement, Parker decided to make a special dish with her newfound treasure. Section. You know, in the beastkin territory, the temperature varies wildly depending on the region. The south is hot, and the north is cold. I grew up in the north, where it's freezing, so we often ate this kind of food to warm ourselves up. Nope couldn't help but smile, glancing between his fiancée and the intense, crimson soup in front of him, then back at Dolce, who was staring at it, dumbfounded. They were at the mansion, just as evening had settled in. Having just returned from a winter expedition, the steam rising from the fiery red soup seemed to warm him down to his bones. And it looked incredibly spicy. This was a popular soup in the beastkin territory, made with chicken, river shrimp, and various mushrooms. The main seasoning was koshu, a spice shaped like a small carrot boiled together with milk, winter lemons, assorted herbs, and fish sauce. I've had it before, so I'll be fine, but what about Dolce? Nope asked, concerned for the young girl staying with them. He had been served this dish during a visit to the beastkin territory. It was delicious, no doubt about that, but it was spicy. So spicy, in fact, that it made you wonder why it needed to be this fiery. It smells nice, so I think I'll be okay. Itadakimasu, Dolce chirped cheerfully, unfazed by Nope's concern. Without hesitation, she picked up a spoon and took a sip of the soup. 1 sip, 2 sips. On her third, she stopped. Hot. Eek. As expected, or rather, worse than expected, Dolce's face turned beet red. She clutched her mouth, flailing her arms in a panic. Hot. It burns. What is this? What is this? Haha, it's spicy, right? Here, drink some milk. It'll help calm it down. Parker chuckled, handing over a glass. Hi. Gulp. Phew. After gulping down the milk, Dolce took a shaky breath, although calling it a breath was a stretch, given she was still panting and sweating profusely. Nope, watching her struggle, sighed and gave Parker a pointed look. See? I told you. You should have warned her properly. I did ask beforehand if it was okay to make a spicy dish. Dolce said yes, so I went ahead with it. I didn't think it'd be this spicy. To be fair, the heat from koshu is a different kind of spice than what's commonly used in the kingdom. Maybe I should have explained that in more detail. Whether it's koshu or onions, neither of them linger with a fiery aftertaste like this. Actually, it would be more accurate to say the heat arrives later, rather than lingers. Perhaps that's another reason why koshu hasn't gained much popularity in the kingdom. Phew. That was rough. Dolce, finally calmed down, still couldn't resist taking another spoonful of the red soup. You're going for more. You don't have to force yourself. We've got plenty of other dishes. After all, the table wasn't only set with the spicy soup. There were meat dishes, bread, and warm vegetables, all prepared with milder flavors. Yet, Dolce's hand didn't stop. She scooped another bite, brought it to her mouth, and, even as she winced from the heat and exhaled sharply with her shoulders trembling, she managed to say, "It burns. But it's delicious." "Well said, Dolce. You get it." Despite the spiciness, Dolce continued eating the soup with evident enjoyment. "I'm surprised. Were you used to eating spicy food back home?" "No, not at all. In the first place, I hardly ever eat good food in Athenac." Her words hit Nope and Parker like a weight, but Dolce herself didn't seem to mind. "I remember being amazed when Sway-san first let me try his cooking. I couldn't believe food could taste that good. Even here in Sidera, everything I eat is incredible. It's all stuff I've never had before." At that, Nope understood. And judging by her expression, so did Parker. "This red stuff surprised me at first, but now that I know what it tastes like, it's fine. It's spicy and sour, but it's tasty. I can only eat a little at a time, though." "Ah, I see." To this girl, every meal since coming to Sidera had been new and fresh. Having lived most of her life without knowing good food or even fully experiencing what it meant for something to taste good, it didn't matter if it was some unusual foreign dish. In fact, for Dolce, everything was like a foreign dish, and she was enjoying each one for what it was. "You said it's fine without even knowing what it was, didn't you?" "Yeah, I didn't really understand, so I just said it was fine." Her mismatched responses were bittersweet, considering her past. But at the same time, knowing her pure heart made them endearing. "I'm surprised she grew up to be a good girl." "Ha! Did you say something?" "No, I was just saying it's good that you're enjoying the soup." A small part of him reflected on his own past, though he knew it was hardly comparable to Dolce's. He had been treated as royalty, while she had been blatantly cast aside. Still, seeing her enjoy a simple meal with such unreserved delight gave him a sense of quiet relief. "Wow! Eating this is making me sweat. I'm getting hot." As I mentioned before, spicy food warms you up. That's why we beastkins eat it a lot in winter. Feeling warm is nice. Not being cold is great. Dolce replied, cheerfully gnawing at a river shrimp like a little mouse. Parker chuckled and tousled her hair. Dolce blinked in surprise, while Nope gave a satisfied nod and handed her a large platter. "Here, don't just eat the spicy stuff. It'll upset your stomach. Make sure you eat the other dishes, too, and don't forget to drink your milk." As Nope offered her a plate of milder food, he recalled how his own siblings had taken care of him when he was younger. He realized they had probably felt the same way he did now. Incidentally, when Sway was served this dish later, he exclaimed, "It's tom yum goong," with great enthusiasm. Chapter 45, Lured by the Silence of the Forest. Chapter 45.1. On the spur of the moment, I went for a walk. It seems that for Chocola, going for a walk is something entirely different, like a separate craving. I didn't realize this until some time after we returned to this world. For most people who own large dogs in Japan, exercise, especially walks, can be a real headache. Breeds like the Siberian Husky, for instance, need plenty of exercise, or else they become stressed and may even fall ill. Back when we were in Japan, I always made sure to prevent that from happening with Chocola. I'd take him out for walks every morning and evening, at least an hour each time, preferably an hour and a half. On weekends, we'd head to the nature parks with dog runs, letting him burn off that excess energy. Finding the time wasn't easy, but I never thought of it as a chore. Father would join us on weekends, or sometimes he'd take him out on his own, just the two of them. I imagine, on those walks without me, he might have talked to him about this world, the one we've returned to. With that mindset, walks were, to me, a way to keep my dog from becoming restless. But to Chocola, it seems walks were more of a hobby. After we transmigrated to this world, he would run around freely and even go hunting, so I figured he wouldn't need walks anymore. But from time to time, he would come to me, leash in his mouth, tail wagging and staring at me as if to say, "Take me for a walk." Even after a day of hunting with Mother or running around the ranch with Mint, he would still come with that same expectant look. And at that point, there was no way I could say no. So now, I take Chocola for walks simply for the joy of it, without worrying about exercise. The frequency is down to 3 or 4 times a month, but we still stroll leisurely around the area with his leash connected. Sometimes Karen, Mother, or Mint joins us, but usually, it's just the two of us, and it has quietly become a special routine for me too. Section. The scenery is really looking like winter now. Bark. Once again, we're out walking today. With no farm work, no carpentry tasks, and hunting on hold, I have the luxury of a midday stroll. Chocola's leash is in my hand as we tread the forest path. There's frost in the shaded spots. Bark. Do you want to go over there? Won't we trample it? Bark. Stepping on the frost brings a delightful crunch underfoot. It has a texture that's oddly satisfying. Chocola, being barefoot, probably enjoys the sensation even more. He sniffs the air while playfully moving his paws through the frosted ground. Bark. Found yourself a nice stick, huh? It's pretty long this time. Chocola seems quite pleased, clutching a fallen branch that looks more like a full-blown branch rather than just a stick. It's so long that both ends drag on the ground. Are you sure you won't get it caught on something? Bark. FFFUS. Well, if it gets stuck, we'll deal with it then. I chuckle as he strolls through the branch like a balancing act, the branch wobbling at both ends. Meanwhile, I take in the surroundings. Most of the trees have shed their leaves, opening up the view more than usual. The underbrush has withered, and the wind biting through the gaps is sharp and cold, definitely fitting the term cold wind. Although, isn't a cold wind something that blows in early winter? Burk. Can you even breathe with that thing in your mouth? Our walking route was the usual, taking a big loop around the house. But now that it's winter, the scenery looks quite different. The far-off views, which had been hidden by leaves until now, were suddenly in plain sight. One thing that stood out was a towering cliff to the east, jutting high into the sky. It looked like a great vantage point, and I couldn't help but wonder what the view would be like from up there. I didn't realize that was there. We've been living here for almost a year now, and I thought I had a pretty good grasp of the lay of the land. Bark. While I don't go hunting as often as Mother or Karen, I still venture out. Just the other day, I was running all over the forest setting up observation devices. But the void forest is vast and endless. It's not a place that could be fully explored in just a year. There are probably still plenty of places we haven't discovered yet. Kuan. As I gazed absent-mindedly at the cliff, Chocola whined softly at my feet. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stop like that. Kuan. What is it? At some point, he had abandoned his perfect stick. Instead, he was just staring at me expectantly. Wait. Do you want to go there? To the cliff? Bark. I mean, maybe next time. Bark, bark, bark. Ah, I see now. I had misunderstood what Chocola was trying to tell me. It wasn't that you wanted to go to the cliff. No, you were asking me if I wanted to go. He wasn't saying, I want to go there. He was asking, do you want to go there? And, in his own way, he was telling me, if you want to go, then let's go. That's why he had dropped his precious stick. He was thinking of me, not himself. He had sensed my excitement, even when I wasn't fully aware of it. You picked up on it before I did. That I was holding back my own feelings without realizing it. And I ended up blaming it on you. Sorry about that. Bark. He barked, wagging his tail energetically as I patted his head. As I stood there, scratching him behind the ears, I thought about it. Since we returned to this world, or even before, back in Japan, I hadn't done much adventuring like this. Going somewhere simply because my heart was drawn to it, because I wanted to see the view up close. Following the call of a captivating landscape and actually going there. I absent-mindedly scratched Chocola's back and murmured to myself, we still have plenty of time left. Bark. And if I let Mother know with the communication crystal, we should be fine. Bark. No danger either, not with the two of us. Bark. Even though I was talking to myself, Chocola responded to every word, his powerful warmth radiating through his soft fur. All right, let's go. I unhooked the leash from Chocola's collar, coiled it up, and tied it around my waist. Pulling the communication crystal from my pocket, I sent a quick message to Mother. "Hey, Chocola, wouldn't it be cool if you howled from the top of that cliff?" "Who?" I laughed. "Maybe you wanted to go there after all, didn't you?" With that thought in mind, we took off running toward the cliff. Chapter 45.2 Dashing through the fields and mountains together. Running alongside the trees, I dodged and weaved through the forest. Grabbing onto a branch, I swung myself into the air, using the momentum to land far ahead. Jumping across stones that dotted the river's surface, I bounded forward with ease. "You still look like you've got some energy left. Let's go even faster." Bark. I couldn't help but laugh as Chocola and I raced through the forest, side by side. It reminded me of the time I hurried through the forest while investigating the mutants near the end of the year, rushing from the depths of the forest to the middle part. But this was different. Running full speed with a goal in mind wasn't the same as racing through the forest just for the joy of it. "This feels great." Bark. "I was just thinking how happy I am to run with you at full speed, that's all." Dashing through the forest like a ninja, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of joy. Chocola had always kept pace with me, ever since we were little. Whether we were walking in the park or playing frisbee, he always matched my speed. When we first transmigrated to Japan, Chocola was still a puppy. By the time I hit the lower grades in elementary school, he'd already grown to his current size. I bet he wanted to go wild even back then, burning off all his energy, but I was still a kid, small and weak. He held back for my sake, never letting his full strength show. "Not that you're giving it your all even now, right?" Bark. Bark. Occasionally, I sensed the presence of monsters eyeing us from the shadows. Each time, either Chocola or I would sharpen our magical aura to scare them off. We weren't out here to hunt, after all, so there was no need for unnecessary killing. Mutants were a different story, but there was no sign of any magical disturbances for now, so we were safe. "Alright, let's climb that cliff next." "Keep up." Bark. We reached the base of a steep rock face, the target I had in mind. I studied the formations, picking out footholds that looked solid, and activated my body enhancement magic while spreading out my magic to survey the area. "Here we go." I bounded up the cliff, leaping from one jutting rock to another like a mountain goat. Each time I jumped, I aimed for the next secure rock, using my magic to manipulate causality, ensuring the ledges wouldn't crumble beneath my weight. With each leap, I moved closer to the top. Sure, I could have circled around and taken the easier, sloping path, but that wasn't what I wanted today. It didn't matter if my movements seemed inhuman. I wanted to do this, I wanted to have fun. That said, I wasn't being reckless. I made sure everything was safe. My magic manipulated the odds to stabilize the rocks, and even if I slipped, the barrier around me would prevent any injuries. I guess that's just part of my personality. I've never liked putting myself in danger, and maybe that's why I've always been so good at defensive magic. Keeping track of Chocola's presence as he followed my path, I soon saw the end in sight. 3 more jumps, 2, 1. Made it. Bark. The cliff's peak was exactly what I expected, a jagged ledge jutting out over the forest below. It kind of looked like the place where a murder suspect in a detective drama would get cornered. Looks like the other side leads deeper into the forest. Climbing up this way might have been more of a hassle than I thought. Bark. The trees on the opposite side were dense, and descending through them would probably mess with my sense of direction. Guess we'll jump down the same way on the way back. I sat down, taking in the view from the edge of the cliff. Chocola sat next to me, his presence comforting. It's a different feeling from riding on the back of Liz, isn't it? Bark. Even though we were high up, it was still just a small peak compared to the surrounding landscape. The forest wasn't flat. It was a mix of hills, valleys, and uneven terrain. From here, we could only see a few kilometers out at most, and the view directly below was limited to a couple hundred meters. It still feels great, though. Kuan. I felt as though I had grown just a little, but at the same time, I was reminded of how small I really was. 2 conflicting emotions blended within me, a sense that I was here, undeniably present in this lonely place, yet also a tiny dot in the vastness of the forest. I had come here with my own 2 feet, stood high above, looking down at the world. Yet, from a bird's eye view, I was just one more small speck among many. I've rarely gone on adventures like this. Even when I came to this world, I always prioritized safety. And back in Japan, well, I was always more of a cautious type. And then, suddenly, as I thought about it, the memory hit me. It wasn't just a realization, it was more like I finally understood why I became that way. Elementary school, 2nd grade, wasn't it? Father had bought me a bicycle. I practiced in the park until I could ride it. Pedaling was exhilarating, it was faster than running, and I felt like I could go anywhere. So I did. I went on my first adventure. I got carried away, pedaling through the residential streets without a care, until I realized I had no idea where I was. The scenery around me was unfamiliar, and I had no clue how to get home. I was lost, completely and utterly lost. I panicked, anxious, scared, and eventually heartbroken. I remember sitting on a bench in a small park, crying my eyes out, hoping someone would find me. But there were no kids playing, no adults passing by, just me, alone, feeling like I'd been cut off from the world. And then, Chocola found me. He'd noticed I was missing and barked at Father when he returned from work. Then, following my scent, Chocola had tracked me down and led Father straight to me. I remember hugging you and crying like a baby. Bark. Looking back, I hadn't gone far at all. As a kid, it felt like miles, but I'd only gone a few blocks, still within the same neighborhood, just at the edge of the school district. But even so, the fear, loneliness, and helplessness I felt that day left a deep scar. I could never forget Father's worried face, or how Chocola kept licking my cheek, as if telling me I wasn't alone. After that day, something changed in me. The idea of venturing into unfamiliar places, of exploring new horizons, became linked with a strange sense of guilt. I stopped pushing myself to go beyond the known, I stopped adventuring, without even realizing it. And now, here I am. Guess I've come a long way, right? Maybe I've finally shaken off that old trauma. Kuan. It means I'm not that kid you had to come find anymore, I said, pulling Chocola close. Stroking his fur, feeling his warmth, I smiled. Bark. Chocola licked my face again, just like he did back then. But this time, it wasn't to comfort a crying child. Should we howl at the top of this cliff, just for the heck of it? Bark, bark. Yeah, I guess that's not really our style. Plus, there's no point in scaring off the wildlife around here. Bark. Just then, the communication crystal in my pocket vibrated. Pulling it out, I saw that it was a message from my mom. Home before late. Okay, thanks, send. I replied, sending the message back before standing up and stretching. I took one last look at the view. Let's head back. We'll come here again. Bark. With a cheerful reply from my partner, I took a deep breath and launched myself off the cliff, diving back down into the forest below. Chapter 45.3 Unexpected Alone Time Together. About a month has passed since the new year arrived. Winter's chill was in full force, and the cold outside made me shiver. In the morning, it was tough to get out of bed and wait for the living room heater to warm things up. We were using more hot water for cooking, and everyone took long, warm baths, so the amount of water heated by the boiler had noticeably increased since autumn. Honestly, I can't imagine how things would be if we didn't have this house. Sometimes I think about how terrifying it would be if Chocola and I had been thrown out with nothing but the clothes on our backs. Despite the biting cold, everyone seemed in good spirits. Chocola ran around the yard even without snow, and Mint was all excited, saying, "I love the cold." Karen, on the other hand, was content to cozy up with the heater in the living room, and Mother was thrilled, saying since coming back to this house, winter felt better. The one I was most worried about was Pochi, but the insulation in the stable was working well, and he didn't seem cold at all. So far, no unexpected troubles had arisen, and the monitoring device remained silent. We, the Hateno family, lived each day peacefully. Section. Well, I'm off. I should be back by evening. Okay, be careful. And please take care of them, G-Liz. Leave her to me. Though, it's quite the unusual group, I must say. You. Bark. After lunch, Mother prepared to go to Sidira for a task at the research bureau. As Liz had mentioned, she would be taking Mint and Chocola with her. Mint was eager to see Grandma, who worked there, and Chocola was chosen as Mint's guardian while Mother took care of her errands. Chocola, stay close to Mint, okay? Bark. Mint, give Grandma our regards and don't forget to hand over the gift, alright? Leave it to me. Mint proudly held a small package with both hands. Inside were baked treats and some pickles. Alright, everything's set. Then let's depart. Yes, thank you. See you later, I said, chuckling inwardly at the way Liz spoke like a doting mother as I joined Karen and Pochi to wave them off. Mother waved back with a soft smile, while Mint jiggled around to wave without dropping her package, and Chocola barked, bark, beside her. They quickly disappeared from view, with the dragon's silhouette heading south. So, it was just me, Karen, and Pochi left behind. Mint seemed excited. She's really grown attached to Grandma. After that brief exchange, Pochi let out a soft kururu before lumbering off towards the stable, and Karen and I fell into a comfortable silence. There wasn't anything we needed to talk about, and that was fine. It was a peaceful silence, and I liked it. When you truly trust someone, there's no awkwardness. When you know the other person so well, you can almost sense their thoughts, and if there's no topic, there's no need to force conversation. Just being here together brought a calmness, with the certainty that the other felt the same. Without a word, we both turned and went inside, side by side. Karen settled into the living room sofa, and I went to the kitchen, where I put on water to boil, made 2 cups of tea, and set them on the table before sitting beside her. Here. We each took a sip, letting out a synchronized sigh of relief. Karen gently leaned against me, and I softly supported her. After a few minutes of silence, I had a sudden idea. Hey, Karen. Do you want a snack? She glanced at me, curious. We just finished lunch. True, but I thought it might be nice to try out a recipe I've been wanting to experiment with. If we start now, it should be ready right around snack time. What is it? I'm not telling. She pouted and playfully tugged at my cheek. Doesn't it sound more fun if it's a surprise? Maybe. But you being all smug about it is annoying. Want to help me make it, then? Can I? It's not that complicated, so you should be fine. Alright, I'll help. I probably wouldn't guess the taste anyway. So whether I watch you make it or not, I'll still feel that same excitement before trying it. Alright, then let's do it. Foo. Karen gave a soft smile as she stood beside me, her lips quirking in that little way they do whenever she's up to something. Are you planning something? No, not really. But I can see why it might look like that. She hugged my arm tightly and pressed herself close. It's like with that curry we made together. A secret little project, just between you and me, away from Vilesama, Mint, and Chocola. It's like a prank, and it makes it all the more exciting. Her words were so endearing that I couldn't help but. A secret project kind of sounds like a cake-cutting ceremony. Are we making a cake? No, it's not a cake. Sorry, that was. Never mind. Realizing what I'd implied, my cheeks grew hot, and I nudged her lightly with my shoulder. She gave me a quizzical look, then stepped ahead toward the kitchen. Chapter 45.4. Let's enjoy snack together. Karen and I stood side by side in the kitchen, setting out the ingredients. I kept the recipe a mystery until the very last moment. We'll need a round yam, cheese, potato starch, milk, sugar, salt, and soy sauce. Yam and soy sauce. Are we making a snack? Not exactly sure if it qualifies as a snack, but it'll be a good treat nonetheless. You'll just have to wait and see. Karen pouted at my teasing. Adorable. In her mind, yams were a staple food, and soy sauce was just for savory dishes. But today, those ideas will be put to the test. First, we'll steam the yam. Can you prep it? Sure. Round yam wasn't something you'd find on Earth, probably. Its taste was similar to a potato, though the texture was denser, making it perfect for this dish. Karen carefully rinsed the yam, placed it in the pot, filled the steamer with water, and even turned on the stove. Foo foo foo, see? I've got this down. Yeah, good job. She tilted her head toward me, silently asking for a pat. Though her movements were a bit clumsy, I kept that thought to myself as I patted her head. While the yam steams, we'll make the sauce. Sauce? Yes. We'll mix water, sugar, soy sauce, and potato starch, and slowly heat it on low while stirring. When it thickens and turns translucent, it's done. It smells so sweet. Yet there's soy sauce, too. What is this? I must have looked smug when I answered. It's called mitarashi sauce. You can use soy sauce like this, too. Karen looked like she wanted to taste it, but I stopped her. The yam finished steaming, so I peeled it and put it in a bowl, using magic to cool it down enough to handle without getting burned. I mashed the yam with a masher, then switched to a spatula, adding cheese and mixing it all together. Once smooth, I added potato starch and milk, kneading it into a doughy texture. Karen helped with the kneading, although her movements were a bit unsteady. Now, we take a bit of dough, roll it, and shape it into flat rounds about bite size. Bread? No. It's more like those rice cakes we had at New Year's. I held back a compliment and heated a pan with oil, placing the rounds in to fry. Once they were nicely golden on both sides, we took them off the heat, cooled them a bit, then transferred them to a plate and drizzled them with the mitarashi sauce. And here we have cheese imamochi, golden and crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside, our take on a traditional Hokkaido treat, imamochi. It looks amazing, but I can't imagine the taste. Is it a kind of rice cake? It's similar. Actually, I was debating whether to make this or tofu mochi for New Year's. But since we'd had so much leftover okara from making tofu, imamochi had to wait until today. Now, it finally got its moment to shine, enhanced with cheese and mitarashi sauce. I want to try it. Let's eat. Can you make some tea first? Green tea would pair well. Fine. But you're so mean. Karen pulled out the tea bags, her excitement barely contained. I split the imamochi onto 2 plates, one for us, and one for Mother and Mint. Let's save 2 each for Mother and Mint. So that means you and I get 3 each. Think it's okay? Or maybe it's too much? What do you think, Karen? With a sly smile, I asked her, and Karen's lips twitched a little before she leaned close to my ear and whispered, "If we don't say anything, no one will know. Just our little secret." Section. By evening, a massive dragon descended into the garden, silhouetted in the setting sun. Viol and the others had returned from Sidera. Mint was the first to hop off G. Liz's back, followed by Chocola, and then Viol, holding a wooden crate. "Thank you, G. Liz. Shall I treat you to some meat? There's some fresh in the fridge, not the frozen kind." "Ah, as always, I appreciate it." While chatting, Viol glanced toward the house. Normally, either her son, Sway, or her adopted daughter, Karen, would appear to greet them, sensing their arrival. But today, there was no sign of anyone. "Are they not home?" Bark. Setting the crate down, Viol brushed aside the playful Chocola at her feet. Mint glanced back and forth between her, the house, and then walked to the terrace. Peeking through the sliding glass door, Mint gestured Viol over. "Mother, look. Are Sway and Karen not there?" "There. But sure." With a finger to her lips, Mint beckoned Viol over. "What is it?" "Bark." Keeping their voices down, Viol and Chocola joined Mint on the terrace and looked inside through the glass. "Ara, ara. See. Shush, sure? Quan." Mint and Chocola exchanged a glance and giggled softly. On the table were 2 empty teacups and a plate with some syrup-like residue, probably traces of an afternoon treat. But the 2 of them had left the tidying up for later, curled up side by side on the sofa, sound asleep, each leaning against the other. They lay peacefully, intertwined in a deep, cozy sleep. They must have nodded off in the middle of chatting. Bark. Napping. Wake. Don't, Mother. Chocola, you too. Patting Mint and Chocola's heads, Mother replied. "You're right. Let's let them sleep a little longer." Section. Chocola, play pochi. Go go. Bark. Watching Mint and Chocola sneak off to the barn in the backyard, Viol turned back and shrugged at G. Liz. "That's how it is. Sorry, but could you take the frozen meat from the ice room? Guess it can't be helped. Still, they looked like children, all curled up and fast asleep. Raising his head slightly, G-Liz peered inside from a distance, chuckling. Oh, to me, they'll always be my children. True enough. G-Liz twisted his wings, and the evening sun glinted off his scales. Chapter 45.5 Before Sunrise. Winter has come, but spring can't be far behind, or so they say, but the cold days are still dragging on. It hasn't snowed since the start of the year, but the air is chilling to the bone, and even Pochi's water bowl has been frozen solid for a while now. The land outside the house's wards, meanwhile, seems even harsher. Yet, even in these frigid times, there are some things to look forward to. Sway, look, there. Ah, we're close now. That morning, I went into the forest with Mint and Chocola. Just before sunrise, when the eastern sky was brightening, I woke up early, or rather, Mint woke me up, and we'd set off shivering into the cold. Our goal? Icicles. Still, it's freezing out here. Are you and Chocola okay? Ground, cold and feels nice. Bark. I smiled at their enthusiasm as we made our way through the forest. Chocola, being from a cold region, made sense, but Mint, she's just something else. The heat doesn't seem to bother her either. Keep up the good work and grow up strong, little one. As we pressed on into the forest, we finally reached our destination. This area was filled with white birches, their branches stretching out even under the cold sky, with life coursing through their trunks. And sometimes, that life leaks out. Sway, there. Look. There it is, indeed. You have a good eye. Eminem. Mint pointed ahead. High above, hanging from the branch of a tree, an icicle dangled. It was sap frozen solid. A branch breaks or gets a little damaged, sap oozes out, and, bit by bit, the cold of winter freezes it. Over time, it stretches out, forming long icicles hanging from the branches. It's pretty high up there. Think I can manage? Bark. You'd probably have no trouble with it. Just don't end up snapping the whole branch. Quoo. Here's the key point, though, birch sap is sweet. Not as well known as maple sap, but if you collect enough and boil it down, it can make syrup. There were even sites back on Earth where you could buy the stuff. People would use it to mix with alcohol, if I remember right. Alright, here we go. I did a few stretches, getting a feel for my muscles. I adjusted my stance, activated a body strengthening spell, and sprang straight up. Perfect amount of power, about 5 meters up, maybe. Right at the peak of my jump, the icicle was right in front of me. In that weightless instant, I snapped off 2 pieces and landed back down. Success. We did it. Amazing, Sway. Thanks. Since I got 2, you and Chocola go first. Whoa, really? Of course, it was Mint who told me. Yesterday, she said, sweet froze high, and that she'd love to try it, but it was just a bit too high to reach. She'd also said she wanted to find some for the whole family. So, that's why I decided to get up early and gather some on her behalf. So, she has every right to try it first. As for Chocola, well, he was staring at it so longingly. With sparkling eyes, Mint took the icicle, chirped a cheerful itadakimasu and bit into the tip. She chewed it for a moment, and then a smile bloomed on her face. Sweet. Oh, fantastic. But only little. Not as sweet as juice. A faint sweetness, right? Chocola, what do you think? Bark. As I crouched and held out the icicle, Chocola licked and nibbled at it eagerly. I wasn't sure how he felt about the taste, but judging by how he kept going, he seemed to like it, cold as it was. We'll need to find some for everyone else, too. Think we'll find more? Yeah. Some that way, and over there, and there too. Quite a few hanging around, it seems. Of course, sap only flows if the branches are damaged. Maybe some animal rampaged through here yesterday. It's not uncommon in the forest, though it made me slightly more cautious. Well, whatever it was is probably gone by now. What? Oh, I figure if anything's around, Chocola would let us know. Though that very same Chocola was now completely absorbed in gnawing at his icicle, paws paddling with every bite. There's no way you'll finish all that. I'll hang on to it, so you can have more later. Nom. Quan. Confiscating the icicle, I stood up and took in the view of the forest around us. Who knows what rampaged here, but, even so, the birches are still standing. Branches might snap, trunks may get gouged, but it doesn't faze them. There are bound to be creatures that can break a trunk, yet even then, the forest isn't ever fully leveled. New trees always grow to take their place. We'd cleared a good stretch of land around the house so we could live comfortably here. Behind the house, we turned a large area about the size of a soccer field into pasture. But to this forest, through its long history, our impact is likely just a tiny scratch. Did you know, Mint? A long time ago, they say there was a castle here. Castle? Yes, a huge building. About 2,000 years ago. The Demon King's Castle. 2,000 years ago, a country here built a military facility to cultivate rare existences. The castle Four Seasons San and his friends destroyed long ago had, over millennia, been swallowed by nature, leaving no trace. Even the proof that we lived here will probably vanish without a trace after 1,000 years. The house, the fields, the barns, the stable, the pasture, everything. Not that I felt sad or lonely. It was so far beyond imagining that it felt unreal. But still, amid this vast wilderness that heals over even the world's deepest scars, here we are, playing this little game of gathering sap and nibbling on sweet icicles from birch branches. Small, fleeting, and because of that immensely joyful. Sway. It's nothing. Before they melt, let's gather enough for everyone. Yay. One more for you too, Mint. Really? Of course. We all want to share, right? Yay. Sway, love. Mint bumped her head against my waist and snuggled in, and I patted her on the head. One day, she'll grow up, and maybe she won't lean on me like this anymore. It's hard to know when that will be. I love you too, Mint. Always and forever. There are some things that never change. No matter how small or fleeting our lives may be, some things are eternal. Mint reached out and took my hand, her gaze already searching the birches for more sweet icicles. The sight was so endearing that I gently swayed our joined hands back and forth. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 46, Winter Picnic. Chapter 46.1, I think he wants to go out. Kuraruru. Kiyu. There. I know, sorry about that. Beside the stable, Pochi rubbed against the carriage parked nearby. I stroked his back, trying to soothe him as I wondered what to do. It was a sunny day. Since winter set in, Pochi hadn't been able to pull the carriage, and the frustration was getting to him. Tarask, like Pochi, don't naturally have this urge, but, as they're domesticated as beast of burdens, they develop an acquired enjoyment for pulling things. Leaving them idle for too long like this makes them restless. I think he feels that pulling the carriage is how he contributes to the family. Mother explained. Tarasks are highly social animals. Once they're domesticated, they seem to look to pulling the carriage as their role within the group. Like when I can't help out with cooking? If that's the case, I can only imagine how hard this must feel. Bark. Bark bark. Kuraru. Kuan. Kiyu. Chocola gave Pochi's beak a few licks, and he finally seemed to calm down a bit. But his eyes still held a certain plea. I want to do something for him. Right. The best would be to take him to the dragon village. But with the temperatures and weather, Mother crossed her arms, thinking, and I nodded. Going to the dragon village would take 3 days each way. In other seasons, maybe, but traveling in winter would be tough. Besides the cold, sudden weather changes could bring heavy snow along the way. Since New Year's, we hadn't had any heavy snow, but there's no guarantee it wouldn't fall tomorrow. Not even I can control the forest weather. The rainy season only lasted about a month, so Pochi managed then. Winter, though, is 3 months long. I hugged Pochi's head, spreading my arms wide to stroke him gently. He closed his eyes in contentment, but I could sense my guilt was reaching him. His soft growl seemed a little sad. Sway, Viol-sama. At that moment, Karen called out from behind us. I turned to see her walking over, carrying Mint on her shoulders. Have you finished washing the dishes, you two? Done. I scrubbed too. Oh, what a good girl. Mother held Mint's hands and swung them gently as Karen approached. Pochi wants to pull the carriage, doesn't he? Yeah. Seems like he's itching to bark. Chocola, too, looked up at Pochi with concern. Karen nodded, transferring Mint from her shoulders to Mother's arms. It might actually be perfect timing. Perfect timing? For what? While Mint and I were washing the dishes, we were talking. Mint mentioned wanting to eat a picnic lunch, the kind you talked about last time, Sway. A picnic lunch. I remembered talking about it at dinner a few days ago. They'd asked what kind of food I used to eat back in Japan. If I'd been able to recreate everything here, or if there were still dishes I hadn't tried making yet. It was kind of a vague question, so I couldn't answer right away and ended up mentioning my high school bento lunches off the top of my head. There's a concept of bento in this world too. But Mint wasn't familiar with it, so I had to start from scratch and explain what it was. Oh, a bento, her. At the time, Mint hadn't shown much interest, but apparently, over the last few days, her curiosity had started to grow. And thanks to that, Karen and I came up with the same idea. The Dragon Village and Sidera are too far, but if it's just a day trip, somewhere close enough to go in the morning and return by evening. That way, we won't have to worry about the weather. What's up, you two? Mother asked, holding Mint in her arms, and we both grinned mischievously. Going out for a bit. With Pochi. Going out? Where to? We'll figure that out now. I'm sure we'll find a good spot at the right distance. I'll search with Chocola, and once we do, let's all go together as a family. Pochi can pull the carriage. Kiuru. I rubbed Pochi's cheeks as I explained. To a nice spot by a lake or in a meadow, somewhere pleasant. We'll bring a bento and have lunch outside, just relaxing. It's called a picnic. I wonder if Mother had ever done one. I doubt it. And even when I was little in this world, I don't remember having a picnic. In the fields of Nurtep where we used to live, the views were beautiful and peaceful. It was such a scenic place that just being at home felt like a picnic, so I doubt Father had ever thought of anything like this. Remember eating lunch outside in the snow a few days ago? It'll be like that, but a bit further from the yard. I'd felt like it was a picnic then, but I doubt anyone else thought the same. Especially Mother, who'd never had any reason to go out on a simple outing like this. I see. Eating onigiri outside were great. Right. This time, I'll make a proper bento. You make bento. Mint leaned forward, her excitement unmistakable. Yap. I'll make it extra special. Woo. Bento. Mother, we're getting bento. Oh my, so full of energy. Mint giggled with excitement in Mother's arms, and Karen and I exchanged a knowing glance and a nod. Vile-sama, it's true, picnics are more of a spring thing, but a winter picnic will be fun, too. You'll see. And how would you know that, Karen? Picnics aren't really familiar to you, either. Foo. Sway told me, when we made onigiri together. Oh, that snowy day. Right, so you were discussing things like that. Ahem. Mother had been about to say something with a look of understanding but quickly cut herself off. Karen didn't notice, proudly looking smug. That was a close one. I'd caught her sneaking a peek at us then. Anyway, the plan was set. It'd be a fun winter picnic for some family bonding and to let Pochi blow off some steam. Alright, then. Let's start looking for a nice spot today. Bark. Chapter 46.2. Going to a nice lake. Chocola and I spent half a day exploring the surrounding area. After some searching, we discovered a fairly large lake a short way to the east. It's too far to walk but quick enough to reach at a run, though if it's just for water, the Western River is closer. Basically, it's a perfect distance for a trip in the carriage. After checking the area for any magic power crucibles or troublesome monsters and finding none, for now, we set the destination. Then, with everything prepared back home, we finally attached the harnesses to Pochi's shoulders the next day. Section. Kiu-ayu-ayu-ayu. Kiu-ayu-ayu-yu. Pochi, overcome with excitement, let out a happy whinny, shaking with energy while the family looked on, amused. Yay, picnic. Bento. Mint, perched on his back, seemed equally thrilled. Suekuen, are you sure we're not missing anything? I've got the lunch, the mat, drinks, and fishing gear. Yep, I think we're all set. Usually, the carriage's full of stuff, so it's kind of new having so much space. Well, maybe today Chocola could take it easy and ride inside. Kuan. With the whole family chattering cheerfully, we set off through the gate. Pochi, I know it's a short trip without cargo, but bear with it, okay? Kiuru. Kiu. He tilted his head at my words, but he looked content as he plodded along. He doesn't seem to mind. I don't think he cares about cargo or distance. Yes, he just loves the feeling of being helpful and having a purpose. Mother, sitting on the driver's bench, looked like she could feel something in the reins linked to Pochi. That alone made organizing this picnic worthwhile. The winter sky was bright, clear, and cloudless as far as the eye could see. We'd need to keep an eye on the weather, as snow could be problematic, though rain would be manageable. Suekuen, any idea how long till we get there? Probably about 3 hours. Then we'll have half a day to enjoy the lake. Yeah. I brought firewood, too, so let's take it easy and make a day of it. Hey, how big is the lake? It's pretty big. I hadn't gone that far east before, so I didn't even know it was there. Right. It's been nearly a year since we settled here, and the forest is still full of places we haven't seen. There must be so many more to discover. Maybe it's time to start making a map or something. In late December, we raced through the forest to install observation devices, but we didn't have much time to explore thoroughly. Besides, our focus was on the middle parts, so we barely touched the deeper areas. Just as Karen mentioned, we actually don't know much about the inner depths. We only have a grasp on the hunting grounds and the paths to places like Sidera and the Dragon Village. There must be plenty of places with good views or interesting spots, like that cliff the other day. Good idea, but if we expand our territory too much, it might confuse the animals. True. Probably best to keep these visits occasional. Sway. The other day, what is? Oh, sorry, it's a secret. Secret, even from me? Yeah, even from you, Karen. Right, Chocola? Bark. Chocola, who'd been lying quietly in the carriage, let out a bark and slipped past Mother, jumping down from the carriage. Maybe he wanted to protect the secret, or maybe he just felt like walking outside. That's not fair. Karen, boys just have things like that. No matter how much we pry, they'll never talk. Did Uncle have things like that too? Oh, absolutely. Your real father, Louis, would sneak off into the nearby mountains with your uncle, always going on about some secret hideout or something. Mother's voice was gentle as she spoke about Karen's parents. Karen, too, listened with a soft smile. Then, with that smile, she pinched my arm. Oh, punishment. Yes, Turning her head with a huff, I leaned over and gave a light kiss to Karen's hair before peering out of the carriage. The cold air felt fresh, invigorating. Mother, let me take over. All right, go ahead. We switched places, and I took the reins. Over the past year, I'd gotten pretty good at handling the carriage. Keeping an eye on our surroundings, I gently guided Pochi with subtle pulls. Go, turn, slow down, speed up, stop. Just as I communicated my intentions to Pochi through the reins, I could feel his responses in return. A little cautious around a bush, excited to move ahead, shifting right to avoid rough ground, pulling harder to get up a slope. It was reassuring, dependable. I understand now. Pochi loves pulling the carriage because he's proud to be relied on by his family. It's nice to be needed, Pochi? Kiwayu. When I called to him, he let out a delighted whinny. Bark, sniff sniff. Chocola was sniffing the ground at his own pace. Hey, don't wander too far, okay? Bark. Chocola, Mint keep eyes. Mint jumped down from Pochi's back and ran over to him. Chocola, looking flustered, rushed over to Mint, took the hem of her skirt in his mouth, and barked to bring her back to us. Chocola sure acts like an older brother. Mint probably thinks she's like a big sister to him, too. Now that I think of it, Mint seems a bit taller. Watching her and Chocola play by Pochi's side, I held the reins firmly in my hands. Chapter 46.3, reaching up to the sky by the lakeside. After around 3 hours, we arrived at our destination. Wow, huge. Bark bark. Mint and Chocola were the first to get excited. Chocola, who'd been with me when we discovered this place yesterday, was still thrilled. Maybe he was happy to show this spot to the family. The lake was so vast that it took a full turn of my head to take it all in. It reminded me somewhat of Lake Matosu, one of the Fuji 5 lakes. Well, I might just be associating it with memories from when I visited as a child, so perhaps it wasn't really similar at all. There was a sandy area by the lake where we could set up. A little further along, there was grass that Pochi could probably eat. Alright, let's get set up. Our setup was simple. We laid down a mat on the sand and set up a fire pit next to it. To keep the mat from blowing away, I weighed it down with some stones, and then stacked the firewood. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold, so we could wait to light the fire until it got chilly. Alright, done. I finished setting up in no time and was about to sit down to rest on the mat when Mother, Ano Ne. Mint, fidgeting shyly, tugged at Mother's sleeve. Ara, what is it? Mint, go around, lake, can? She pleaded, looking up at Mother, who knelt down to meet her eyes. Oh, do you feel like exploring? But, new place. Mint wasn't talking about going around by carriage. She wanted to walk around the lake herself. I understood the feeling. Walking along the lakeside and returning to where you started, it would be a thrilling experience, especially for a child. Still, honestly, I wasn't comfortable letting Mint wander off out of sight. There didn't seem to be any real danger, but I couldn't help but worry. What do you think, Suekuen? Vile-sama, I'll go with her. Bark. Correction. Chocola and I will go with her. Then Karen and Chocola volunteered to go along. Are you sure? It's fine. It's not even lunchtime yet, so the timing's perfect. Karen, really? Ano, Mother? Yes, it's fine. I'll feel much better with Karen and Chocola along. Mint asked tentatively, and Mother gave her a gentle smile and nod. Yay. Thank you. Mother, love. Karen and Chocola, love too. Oh my, what about Suekuen and Pochi? Of course Sue and Pochi, love too. Mint dashed up to every member of our family in turn, her excitement overflowing. Chocola barked enthusiastically and gave Mint's cheeks a few affectionate licks. And so, with a gleeful smile, Mint set off on her little adventure. We waved as she disappeared into the trees. Section. Once Mint and the others had left, it was just me, Pochi, and Mother. Pochi stayed close by, lying down leisurely, perfectly content. He always seemed to know when to stay put and didn't wander off on his own, such a smart one. Good boy, thank you. Kyuru. I hugged him and patted his snout, and he let out a short, happy sound. I'd grown so used to him as part of the family, yet every time I touched him, I felt a new thrill. Triceratops are so cool. And cute too. When I moved away from Pochi, Mother sat down on the mat with a thoughtful look and spoke warmly. Mint has really grown up, hasn't she? I've been thinking the same recently. I sat down beside Mother. I watched Pochi while she looked out over the lake. Facing different directions but sharing the same peaceful atmosphere, we spoke. When she was just born, she didn't like solid foods or even anything salty. But now, she hardly has any dislikes, and she started being able to eat tougher things. Without even realizing it, she's likely adapting to us bit by bit, evolving herself with earth-based magic. It's an amazing ability. But that's not really what you wanted to talk about, is it? Yes. I meant her growth not just physically, but in her heart. With a soft, heartfelt sigh, Mother continued. Did you notice, Suekuen? Earlier, she asked me for permission. Yeah, it surprised me. Before, she would have just said, I want to go. She understood that what she wanted might make us worry. She's learned to consider the people around her. This wasn't the same as simply reading another person's mood, it was something higher. Sensing others' emotions is instinctual, but thinking through how one's own actions might affect others' feelings and thoughts is much harder. It must have been that snowy day. Suekuen, you respected Mint's feelings while also teaching her firmly. I'm not very good at that. When raising you and Karen, that was mostly your father's role. All I did was to raise my voice and scold you. That day, Suekuen, you reminded me of your father. I see. But it's not fair to compare us equally. Compared to me and Karen back then, Mint has always been a wonderful child. We were awful. We'd misbehave, ignore what we were told, throw tantrums, cry over selfish wants, sulk, and act stubborn. Every time, Mother would come down on us like thunder, and Father would firmly apply pressure. Yet, because of that, those memories now feel dear to me. But you know, Mother, no matter how much you scolded us, you never lost your temper. You never let emotions get the best of you or lashed out at us. And you patiently watched over us. I understand that so well now. I lay back on the mat, stretching out on my back, gazing up at the sky, and said, I could only stay here until I was 5, and until just recently, I'd even forgotten most of those days. But I think, somewhere deeper than memory, it never really disappeared. I was raised that way. I was watched over like that by you. That experience shapes who I am today. Suekuen. Mint understands that, too, I think. That's why she didn't ask me, but asked you. She knows that, more than anyone, you're the one who always cares and stays close. Sniff. I pretended not to hear the small sniffle Mother let out. Reaching my hand up toward the clear winter sky from where I lay, I thought, if I really am like Father, then Mother. Karen, who offered to accompany Mint right away, to stay by her side, and to watch over her, she takes after you. Chapter 46.4 Open the lunchbox. Mint and the others returned about 2 hours later. They must have passed through some thickets along the way, judging by the leaves and cobwebs stuck to them and the dirt smudged on their feet, but they came back beaming, shouting. Went to left, back to right. That's right, awesome, isn't it? It's proof you made it all the way around the lake. Mother, catching the rushing Mint in her arms, brushed the dirt from her hair. Welcome back. How was it? It was pretty fun. Bark. Karen smiled, and Chocola barked happily. Looks like you've picked up a few things too. Just where did you all wander off to? There were a few dense spots on the way. Mint and Chocola dove right into them, so it took a bit of effort. I see. No monsters showed up. Nope, all good. It seems like only mutants ever try to mess with us. Maybe it's because of the magic aura you've been giving off. That could be it, but mostly, I think it's thanks to this. Karen touched her earring. Ah, right. Even the Agisha twins were terrified of it. Fairies drop really is a powerful charm. Better make sure I use them carefully. Well then, welcome back safe and sound, everyone. It's just about time, so how about we have some lunch? I made my way toward the carriage. Time for the main event, lunch by the lake. Section. I put my best effort into the bentos. After all, what's an outing without a good packed lunch? If the lunch is delicious, the day's a success. You could even say outings exist for the purpose of enjoying tasty lunches. Starting with the sandwiches. There's smoked chicken, vegetables, egg, and tuna mayo. Using everything this season has to offer, I filled a woven basket to the brim. And of course, a quarter of it is fruit sandwiches. In another basket, onigiri. These are mostly Japanese flavors, kelp, dried bonito, green onion miso. Karen helped make them, and she's gotten quite good at it. Each one's a perfect triangle. The side dishes are packed into yet another box. Karage, tamagoyaki, kinpira, grilled salmon, tsukun meatballs, curry croquettes, simmet koya tofu, mini Hamburg steaks, you name it. And lastly, the dessert basket. A selection of fresh fruits and apple pie. Ooh-wah, amazing, amazing. It's quite the feast. I wonder if we can finish it all? I'll try. I made extra, so don't push yourselves. If we don't finish, we'll just pack it up for dinner later. Mint, Mother, and Karen all looked at me with shining faces. And of course, I haven't forgotten Pochi and Chocola. Pochi, I made a salted salad for you. Kiururu. And Chocola, here's some boiled meat, simmered in soy milk, just for you. Bark, bark, bark. I set out the lunch baskets in the center of the woven mat. Then we all sat around them in a circle. I poured tea from the thermos into cups and handed them out. Mint, Pochi, and Chocola were all wriggling with anticipation. Sorry, just a moment longer, especially you, Mint. There's one last thing I need to give. Mint, here. What's this? I held out a small package wrapped in cloth and tied at the corners, forming a neat, rectangular bundle. Anyone from Japan would probably find this more familiar than the baskets. Go ahead, open it. Yat. Hard box, inside. There's a lid. You lift it up like this, with a little click. Mint undid the container's latch and opened the lid. Her eyes sparkled. Fuwa. Tiny, bento. Inside was a rice ball shaped like a small loaf, along with courage, tamagoyaki, and kinpira. The contents weren't much different from the basket, but the rectangular plastic container itself was. It's a bento box. One I used back there. For 3 years in high school, I'd pack my lunch in it every day, wrap it in a lunchcloth, and take it to school. Suikuen, is that from your old world? Yeah. It's the one I brought with me the day I transmigrated here. I remember, back then, right after father had passed away, I didn't have the energy to make side dishes and just filled it with frozen food. As I ate, worried after the wyvern attack, no electricity, feeling so uneasy, I thought it might be my last meal from the civilized world. After that day, I'd kept it stored in the cupboard. I'm giving it to you, Mint. In Japan, they had cute, character-themed ones for kids your age. Sorry, mine's just a plain, high school boys version. I figured it might be useful for Mint, not only on outings but for meals at home, or even for snacks. She could even use it as a toy if she wanted. With the airtight seal, it could hold liquids without spilling. Maybe it'd come in handy. That's what I had in mind when I handed it over. A little box like this tends to spark excitement in kids, I thought. But Mint. Slowly, gently, as if handling something precious, she set the bento box down beside her. Then, all at once, she threw her arms around my neck. Whoa. Tiny bento, cutie, love it. Thank you. Sway, love. Her arms held tight with a joyous energy, her voice so full of delight it sounded a bit misty with emotion, and the warmth of her embrace expressed her excitement. Now I feel guilty. It's only a hand down. It's not. Sway used it, Mint happy. Yes, she understands. She knows it's one of your mementos. A memento. Maybe that's what it was. It might actually be true. Father had bought this bento box for me. Well, technically, I picked it out when I started high school, and he paid for it, either through a catalog or from a hardware store. You never know when it might break, and eventually you won't be able to get rid of the dirt. Maybe you don't like the design anymore. So when that day comes, tell me, okay? You're weirdly reserved about these things. In the end, I never replaced it. Not out of politeness, it just never broke. I took care of it, so there were no stubborn stains, and the simple design meant I never got bored of it. Right. It wasn't that I held back. I just took good care of it. And so, a mass-produced, ordinary bento box like this had somehow, without me noticing, become a treasured item of mine. Ah. I see. Maybe that's why I wanted to give it to Mint, to have her use it. Well then, let's eat. Chocola and Pochi look like they can't wait any longer. Kururu. Kuan. You. Mint wants eat too. Mint hugged the bento box with a big smile. As our voices rose with itadakimasu and drifted into the wintry sky, I took a rice ball in one hand and a piece of fried chicken to my mouth. Chapter 46.5. I knew I don't have talent for fishing. Once our enjoyable lunch was over, it was time to rest, and then we each had free time. Everyone could do as they pleased, but we didn't stray too far apart. Pochi stayed close to us, and Karen was with Mint. Meanwhile, I stood at the lake's edge, holding a fishing rod I'd taken from the carriage. Listen up, Chocola. That river was just a bad match for me, but this lake and we're destined to get along. Today, I'll finally catch a fish. Got it? Qua. Did you just yawn? This guy. He's totally lost faith in me, or maybe he never had any to begin with. Damn it, just you wait. I'll make you eat your words. Quoo. Stretching now, are we? Ignoring Chocola's casual lounging beside me, I cast the line. This time, it's a long cast, unlike with the river. This rod even has a reel. I'd found it and bought it in the town of Sidera. It's a single-axis type, made from metal and wood, and though it's not that precise, it lets me reel in the line and cast far out. Very useful. I dangled the line, reeling it in or giving it a tug occasionally to lure something in. In an untouched forest like this, the fish shouldn't be wary, so I should be able to catch something. Or so I thought. Still nothing. Quah. Bark. Even with all my stealth. Not a single bite. I'd lowered my magical presence to avoid scaring the fish, so that shouldn't be the issue. But no matter how long I waited, there wasn't even a tremor from the bobber. How's it going, Suekuen? Caught anything? Doesn't look like it. Ooh. Mother came over, chuckling at my struggle. Not yet, anyway. Foo foo foo. She gave me a knowing smile and sat down beside me, stroking Chocola. Chocola, don't you usually catch the fish in the river? Bark. Bark. Not today. We don't have a towel, and if you come back soaked, you'll track mud everywhere. Kuan. Gently scolded, Chocola drooped a little in disappointment. Resting his chin on her knee, Mother gazed out over the lake. This brings back memories. Your father used to go fishing sometimes too. We went together in Japan. He was really good at it. Beside me, where I was catching nothing, Father kept pulling fish in one after another. Whenever I sulked about it, he'd give me a sympathetic smile and say, "Well, there's just nothing I can do about it." That's right. I remember asking him for tips, but they were no help at all. Just wait patiently, and when it bites, give it a little tug, something like that, right? Exactly. Meanwhile, I'm over here struggling just to get a bite in the first place. Did you fish at the sea or in a river? Oh, all over, really. But my most vivid memory is the ocean in the Beastkin territory. We stayed there for a long time. This was before we were married, with Karen's biological parents there too. As she recalled it, she added quietly, as if to herself, that was my youth. It was before Karen and I were born. Back when Father had just arrived in this world, when Mother was both drawn to him and resisting him, and when Karen's birth parents, who were close friends, were still around. I imagine those were bright, beautiful memories. Something I shouldn't thoughtlessly intrude upon. Oh, by the way. So, I shifted the topic casually, or probably a bit too obviously, from an outsider's perspective. How was it, Mother? Fishing, I mean. Judging by the way you're talking, I guess. How rude. But yes, you guessed it. She pursed her lips at first, then let out a laugh. I couldn't catch a thing. Not a single fish ever took my bait. Every time I started getting grumpy, your father would look at me, puzzled and unsure. So yes, Suekuen's lack of fishing skill is likely. At that moment. Oh. I felt a sudden resistance at the end of my line. My hand froze. Suekuen, could it be? It's hooked. I lifted the rod. It bent deeply, the weight undeniable in my hands. I did it. I finally did it. I caught something. Ooh. It's heavy. It's huge. Stay calm. Hold steady. Bark. Bark bark. I tried pulling the rod back, but the strain was immense. It felt like the rod might snap. This is a serious catch. Is the rod okay? What about the hook and line? I'm reinforcing it with magic. It might be cheating, but... Bark bark. Mother was flailing, flustered, while Chocola barked like he was cheering me on. With this resistance, it was clear whatever was on the line would take the whole thing with it if I wasn't careful. Just to be sure, I'd put an indestructible attribute on the rod, the line, and the hook, in case any monstrous-sized fish from this world showed up. Looks like that precaution paid off. With a bit of strength enhancement, I should be able to pull it out by brute force if I have to. Ooh. Ooh. Planting my feet, I steadied my hips and gave a powerful yank. Suddenly, the water's resistance broke, and my catch shot up from the lake, arcing through the air towards the shore and right toward me. Ha! Oh. Bark. What landed was a thick, round, algae-covered log. Most likely, it had been lying on the lake bed, forgotten and rotting. With a dull thud, the log sprawled out onto the grassy bank, splashing all of us. For a few moments, none of us spoke. The silence was incredibly awkward. I stood there in stunned disbelief. Chocola sniffed at the log, and Mother, looking down. "You've got to be kidding." Just when I thought I'd finally caught something, it turned out to be this. The very enchantment I'd put on my gear to avoid breakage was now backfiring. Normally, the line would have snapped, and we'd just laugh it off as a snag. I should have noticed it wasn't moving like a fish. I should have sensed it wasn't wriggling or thrashing. But how could I? This was the first time I'd ever hooked anything. I stood there in a daze, grappling with my own foolishness, until I felt Mother's hand patting my shoulder. "Suekuen, look." "What?" "Oh." She was pointing to the shadow of the fallen log. It looked like a few river fish had been hiding in the crevice of the old wood. They were now flopping about on the shore. "Well, I mean, this doesn't really count, does it?" "Why not? You did catch something, technically." Mother ruffled my hair with a mischievous smile. It didn't feel like she was consoling me. It was something else, something nostalgic. "Yeah, I guess that's good enough." Seeing that look on her face made me feel oddly at ease, even a little amused. I chuckled and knelt down beside the fish. "I think these might be roach, probably relatives of carp or bream. Do you think we could eat them? They're supposed to have a lot of tiny bones. Shame, but better to let them go." Gently, I cupped the fish in my hands, one by one, and released them back into the lake. As I watched their shadows dart away, I laughed a little. It's becoming pretty clear that fishing just isn't my thing. But somehow, I'm okay with that now. Because, well, that's a shame. We'll try again next time, alright? Yeah. If I keep at it, maybe someday some strange fish will decide to bite. The look Mother gave me was filled with something deeper than kindness, tenderness. It's just the way it is. I'm Mother's son, after all. It's only natural I'd take after her. Section. Incidentally. Apparently, Mother once hauled in a log too, and Father laughed about it. I only found out about it a bit later. Chapter 46.6. Rocking gently on the way home, I drift into a dream. If you go out, eventually you have to come back. It's just the natural order of things. Not long before sunset, probably around 3 in the afternoon, we packed up and got ready to head back. "That was a nice spot. Let's come again sometime," I said, watching the sunlit lake glittering in the distance. Next time, we'll explore even more. Right, Mint? You. Next time, go other way around," said Mint, leaning into Karen, who was holding her from behind. "We've got a few snacks left from lunch. How about a little mid-journey treat?" Mother suggested mischievously, taking the reins in hand. "Kiuru-ruru. Bark bark." Pochi pulling the carriage and Chocola trotting along, we retraced our steps down the road. The winter breeze had grown sharper. There's a touch of melancholy in heading home, but also something comforting. The same longing that makes me miss this outing is also what makes the thought of home feel so warm. By the way, Suekuen, did you see any other good spots aside from the lake when you looked around? Not sure there's anything with a view that could top this. But there were some rocks for climbing, open fields for running, lots of fun places, really. That sounds wonderful. It'd be nice to change it up each time. We might get bored if we always go to the same lake. I'll do a little exploring next time too. Good idea. We didn't really explore the deeper areas much either. I'm sure there are plenty of hidden spots we haven't found yet. Mother and I chatted about that. Sway, I want to try fishing too. You, Karen? You really want to give it a go? What, you don't want me to? No, that's not it at all. It's just, I mean, if you start on a whim and end up catching something better than me, no worries. I don't even know how to bait a hook. That's exactly the kind of person who catches a giant fish out of nowhere would say. Karen and I laughed about it. Here, Mint, say tasty. We've sure worked up an appetite since lunch, right? Yes. Oh, Sway, on the right, saw huge spider. It saw Mint. It ran away. A spider. It fluffy. Really cute. Ah, I see. Think I'd like to see that. Maybe. Hey, next time, bring Hanakada and the others. Good idea. I think they'd enjoy a ride in the carriage with us. I smiled, listening to Mint's endless chatter. Pochi, mind if I ride on your back for a bit? Kiuru. You sure? Not too heavy? Just let me know if it is. Alright, here we go. Kiuru. Haha, so high up. And so strong. Pochi, you're amazing as always. I played around with Pochi as he pulled the carriage. Bark, bark, bark. Hey, don't go wandering off too far. Oh, a stick. Grr. Snort. Wow, what a nice stick. It's got a cool S-curve to it. Sniff. Kuan. Wanna battle? Think you can take on my sword? Bark, bark. And he just drops it. I continued playing with the wandering chocola. Mint, don't eat too much, or you'll be too full for dinner. But so yummy. At this rate, she'll be asleep before we get home. Might be a good night for a lighter dinner. Kuan. Look, Sway, Vile-sama, Chocola's sitting up front on the driver's bench. Seems he's taken a liking to it. Has he now? It's probably a good view, seeing Pochi's back from there. Kiuru. Bark. Oh, he jumped down. Chocola. Going? Mint too. Looks like we'll make it back right around sunset at this pace. Kururu. Yeah, Pochi here's unfazed by nightfall, huh? He always walks us through the night without complaint. Thanks, as always. Bark, bark. Of course, you're watching out for him too, aren't you? You. Pochi, Chocola, amazing. They really are. Good job, both of you. Our conversations never seem to run out. With laughter and the carriage's tracks marking the forest trail, we head home. Once we're back, first comes dinner prep. No, actually, I'll need to light the stove in the stable first. I'll ask Karen to fire up the boiler for the bath. Right, and make sure the lunchboxes are thoroughly cleaned. Section. The sun begins to dip, and the western sky is tinged with a faint red. Karen sits on the driver's bench, holding the reins. Pochi walks on proudly. Tired of walking. Foo-foo fun, foo-foo-foo fun. Mint is singing. She's on the carriage's roof, watching the scenery, though she can't seem to remember the lyrics and soon hums along instead. It's adorable. Chocola strolls at his own pace beside the carriage. Mint's song was something from Japan. It's a beautiful melody, a bit wistful, tender enough to tighten your chest. The song title, if I recall correctly, was Home Sweet Home. Inside the carriage, Sway sleeps on Vile's lap, gently mumbling in his sleep. With Mint's humming and the gentle rocking of the carriage as his lullaby, he breathes peacefully, like a child. To a mother, a child will always be this way. Vile-sama, the scenery looks familiar now. Does it? How much longer? Not half an hour. Shall I wake him? Yes, well. Vile stroked his dark hair as he slept, shaking her head slowly. No, just a little longer. Let him stay like this. Afterward. That was Volume 8, The Warmth in the Freezing Winds. This volume was a glimpse into the characters' daily lives without any major events, but even in the quiet of daily life, a lot can build up. For Sway and the others, I'm sure this winter will be a lasting memory. Now no one can say this isn't the slow life they've been aiming for. Next, we'll begin Volume 9. The title is Castle in the Sky, Elf Child. As the title suggests, we'll finally get a closer look at the elf kingdom of Alfheim. Hopefully, it might be a bit of a long haul, so we'll try to sprinkle in some daily life here and there as we go. I hope you're looking forward to it. End of Volume 8.